Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? How do you do, chat? Good morning. Chat, personally, I'm pissed off, okay? And I'll tell you why, alright? Today, as usual, and I say as usual, but it's kind of a lie because my sleep schedule is not regular enough for me to wake up in the morning. But anyways, today, as usual, I woke up in the morning, okay? And I was like, okay, damn it, it's the morning. That means I have to go for my morning run. I don't want to, but I will. Okay? And so, I prepare to go out. I decide which clothes I'm gonna wear today. I put them next to my shower so that I can pop straight in the shower when I come back from my run. I go downstairs, put my shoes on, put my coat on, go outside, take 3 steps, and have the most cartoonish fall that I have ever seen. Okay, like, I felt like Wile E. Coyote. With the amount of times that I, like, almost managed to not fall with my fucking legs going. Anyways, whatever. I took a fucking really cartoonish fall. I didn't really get hurt. But I realized, oh, there is ice as far as the eye can see. There is ice as far as the eyes can see. As the eye can see. So I can't go for a run because I'll just fall again. Like, that's not. It's just not gonna work. And so I came back inside, and I was actually pissed off. Not because I fell, but because I couldn't run. And I don't know how to feel about that. I was actually disappointed that I couldn't go for a morning run. Is my brain rewired to actually enjoy them now? Like, is that what's going on? Why was I disappointed? Arm exercise. Fine. Alright. Yeah, apparently also there's skirt leakers. Is that true? We probably don't have any numbers yet though, right? Skirt bowls. Normal attack performs a sword attack that deals physical damage. During Frostfall, performs a crystal attack that deals ice damage. Skill tap deals ice damage. Summon a crystal image. Gains 3 moon shards. While the image exists, normal attacks gain cryo infusion. Moon shards disappear every 4 seconds. And they do a coordinated attack every 6 seconds. Huh. Which deals more damage based on the amount of moon shards you have. And you can gain a fragment by tapping again, but I don't know what gaining a fragment means. Is that a moon shard? Maybe? It's every 1.6 seconds? Really? I see. That would make sense. 6 seconds felt weird. Long press and skill. Burst consumes frost points to summon separate frost devil simulacrum. While alive, the simulacrum will mimic the hits of the character's skill performing coordinated ice attacks. Simulacrum will automatically perform ice attacks every 2 seconds. Frost value starts at full. Consumed when casting burst. Recovered when the freeze reaction is triggered. Oh no, that's a bad sign. That one phrase, recovered when freeze reaction is triggered, is an awful sign. That's a terrible sign. Really, really bad sign. Because Escoffier is so fucking broken that if they design a character who actively wants to be played in freeze teams, it means that they're going to be completely worthless if you don't have Escoffier. Like, that's actually a really bad sign. I was hoping that this character would be designed in a way where, without Escoffier, their best team is not freeze. Right? Where, like, they're designed to work well in Melt, but because Escoffier is so broken, maybe their best team still ends up being freeze by a little bit. Like, that's what I was hoping for. This is a really bad sign. Maybe... Like, there's not a lot of details here and stuff is pretty vague, right? But from the way that the set works... If we go look at equipment... Alright, from the... Oh my... Okay, dude. Sorry! 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 Fine. Okay, I get it. Whatever. From the way that the set works, okay, it only buffs either normal attacks or burst damage. So maybe the burst playstyle, which hints at the normal and burst stuff on Skirk being separate playstyles rather than just separate sources of damage. And if that's the case, then maybe the freeze synergy is only for one of the two playstyles, and that playstyle has weaker numbers to compensate for Escoffier being so broken. Maybe that's how it's balanced. Like, that would be possible. That would be a possibility for sure. That could be how it is. Perhaps. Why are they... Okay, what am I... I'm looking at the stuff they're doing. I'm looking at the fucking leaked Neuvillette rotation for Neuvillette, Escoffier, Farina, Citlali. And I don't know how to feel about this. Hmm. Hmm. Oh well. What is he staring at? I was looking at the comments on the Reddit post of the rotation. I guess I can show you guys what the comments say as well. But yeah, there was this one. No, sorry, not this one. This one? Yeah. So I was promised a 25-second rotation. But yeah, the rotations will be 25 seconds. Like, the rotation they did there was not all that great. They had really slow swaps. And they went to refresh Sitlali E for some reason. You see Nick trying to 4-star clear? No. How did that go? Did he succeed? He doesn't have... Does he have C6 Gaming, actually? He might have gotten C6 Gaming from the bracelet banner. Did he get it, chat? Do you guys know? Yes? Oh. It was horrible? Oh. Wait, maybe he took hours? It shouldn't take hours. His builds are better than mine. His builds are a lot better than mine. His rotations, though, yeah, okay, that's a good point. Use C0 Yansan and C0 Auron? I see. I mean, the Auron cons don't matter that much, but I guess the Yansan cons do. But I did it with Kachina, so, like, I don't know. Even your Gumming build? Well, maybe my Gumming build is better than his, but I don't think so. He probably has a Vermilion Gumming build better than my Gumming build. That's the harsh reality. He used Crimson Witch. If he used the Crimson Witch and he was struggling because his build wasn't good enough, that's a skill issue. Okay? Because he definitely has a Vermilion set that is good enough to be better than my Crimson Witch. So if he went to Crimson Witch that's worse than mine, that's because he made a bad decision. That's because he's bad at the game. That's because he's stupid. Guide Maker, by the way. He used your guide. Damn. Was he doing it well, though? He tried the juggling tech, but you shouldn't juggle tech and melt. Is he an idiot? Oh my god. Oh my god. Yep, okay. You're right. I think that I can reply to this. I had ER requirements somewhere, but I think I changed it. We can look at Nevilet, Escoffier, Seat Lolly, Farina. Probably gonna be 2-0 for this, and then 0-2 for the rest. ER requirements on Nevilet are 70 or 60. I always forget. New characters, I always forget if their burst cost is 60 or 70. Ever since, like, mid-Sumeru, It feels like they've just been doing it kind of at random. See, Lolly is 60, I know that. Farina is 60 as well. Okay. So, hydro particles. You get 4 plus, let's say, 7. And then 4 plus 3. Then 4 plus 1. And then 4 plus 9. And then 1, 1, 17, 17. Okay, cryoparticles. Yeah, remove refund, sorry. Cryoparticles. Citlali's not catching any. We go sack Citlali, battery it to Escoffier. So that's 14. Is it 14 or 13? It's 14. Yeah. Citlali's 5, right? I'm not sure anymore. Man! It is 5, okay, yeah. When I looked at ER requirements for that team, I ended up with around 120 ER on Neuvillette and Farina. Around 140 on Citlali, and nothing on Escoffier. Assuming sack Citlali. TTDS being only 50% uptime, since we're assuming Escoffier doesn't snapshot, means sack lowering Escoffier's ER requirements likely makes it better than TTDS. And you get the bigger shield as a nice benefit. I was assuming, or I was looking at a rotation where you do Neuvillette, E, setup, Neuvillette, CA, E, Q, 2 CA. Let me just double check that you can indeed get to 25 relatively easily. Because unironically, the length of the setup doesn't really matter that much. What weapon were you assuming on Neuvillette? For ER requirements, I was assuming a weapon that doesn't help with ER. When I was doing calcs, I was just assuming Proto Ember. But you don't need the energy from Proto Ember. I was just assuming Proto Ember because he doesn't really have a great weapon for free-to-play options in a team with low ER requirements. Especially the double cryo team, which is going to have cryo resonance, which is going to make Sack Jade worse. Yeah, I guess Ashraven Dragonhorde would just be the right play, actually. That's a very good point, Pinto. Anyways, In a team like this, you generally end up going back to him and doing the charge attack, and by the time your charge attack is over, your E cooldown is back.
Settle down. Be sanctified.
And so, this is the length of your rotation, basically. Right, you do your full setup, you finish your setup, you go back to him, you do a charge attack, you do your E, do another charge attack. Yeah, I don't have burst, but whatever. Then you do your burst and you do 2 charge attacks. Assuming the setup isn't too long, which it likely won't be, the current Neuvillette rotations use Xianyun and or Kazuha's burst during the setup, just because if you swap, or if you don't, you'll finish your first CA before your E cooldown is over. A rotation like that takes about 25 to 26 seconds. If you end up having a short enough setup, you might be able to even use burst before the second CA, or before the second E. Also, I should separate this. You don't do this in current rotations because it forces you to, or it delays your second CA, or it extends the time between the end of your setup and your second CA, which allows buffs like VV to run out. Since this team doesn't require you to swap back into your supports to refresh buffs, it opens up this option here. Only real major downside to this team is the potential crit rate overcap being much more likely, since cryo resonance is giving you more crit. This is actually why I don't think the Sack Jade issue even matters that much, since you already don't want to use Sack Jade that much from the crit rate overcap. His personal damage is a bit lower, but if the teams do indeed have shorter rotations, his DPS is looking to be pretty much the same.
There's a lot that goes into managing
Farina, on the other hand, will have a bit more DPS, and obviously Escoffier's damage is much higher than Kazuha / Xianyun. explaining things like that because it helps me organize my thoughts as well. Like, engaging in conversation with people that have disagreements with you but are not assholes about it is something I really like. Because it helps me organize my thoughts and it helps me understand why I think the things I think sometimes as well. Oh yeah. Thank you. Thank you, secret user 123. Is tomorrow beta V2? Yes. But for a while now, they usually don't do changes in V2. For a while, they've dedicated V2 to like bug fixes and V3 to first major changes. I could see some GC Sim scam opportunity with asynchronous rotations that manage to have full Escoffier uptime instead of only 20 out of 25 seconds. But for now, that's not something I'm considering to be particularly impactful. Okay, business. What's up? Is this a leak subreddit? Okay, business. Talk about the new boss. I talked about it a little bit yesterday, but we can talk about it more today. Do you listen to System of a Down? Sometimes. I don't listen to that much System of a Down, though. I do have a few songs in the playlist, and I have some solo songs from Surge as well. I will say, it feels nice when you like an artist that is also a good person. That, I will say that feels nice. It makes me happy. Anyways. Alright. We can also reply to this one. I heard that Zajef was hyping up this team column, but isn't that pretty bad to lose 2 Draconic stacks since there is only freeze happening? Farina. Okay. Neville gains a lot of damage from his Draconic passive. But the units that have the best no, not units. The unit that has the best synergy with him by far is one that inherently prevents you from getting your third stack, Farina. Because of that, his best teams generally have 2 stacks, not 3. Oops. Not 3. The gap between 1 and 2 stacks is honestly not that big. Compared to the gap between 2 and 3. In fact, the gap between 2 and 3 is bigger than the gap between 2 and 0. Let alone 2 and 1. Escoffier's kit is so goddamn overloaded. Overloaded, not frozen? What do you mean? Damn, he really is freeze shivers. That's crazy. Anyways, that just her buffs are almost enough to compete with another character's buffs plus stack, plus additional stack. However, unlike other characters, she doesn't need her buffs to be refreshed for Nevilette's longer rotations, which allows you to shorten your rotations by up to 2 seconds, up to 2 to 3 seconds. That by itself is pretty much enough to make Nevilette's DPS in these teams within 0 to 2% of his DPS in his current teams. On top of that, you get Escoffier's damage, which is obviously going to push these teams far above the current ones. The freeze and shield from Citlali are nice benefits that also help sweeten the deal. We're gonna use chat here we're gonna use grammar, okay? And we're gonna use punctuation to clarify our messaging. Right? Because this phrasing could be interpreted as the freeze from Citlali and the shield from Citlali. But it's not just the freeze from Citlali. If anything, Citlali's freeze up time is lower than Escoffier's freeze up time, because her duration is shorter. Anyways. occasion business. We talk about Escoffier in C1 Nevillette's teams. So the thing with C1 Neuvillette is that you obviously get one more stack. And the difference between 2 and 3 stacks is bigger than the difference between 1 and 2. So Escoffier is less of a buff to C1 Neuvillette than she is to C0. But she's so good that she is still a buff to C1 Neuvillette. Less of a buff, but still a buff. I'm assuming Ayato gets a buff too. Yeah. Ayato is probably the one who gets the biggest buff. Because one of the major components that make Escoffier good is her personal damage. And her personal damage is pretty much the same in an Ayato team versus a Neuvillette team. Which means it's obviously a lot more significant on an Ayato team than a Neuvillette team. Because Ayato's personal damage is a lot less. Right? Basically, if you're using Ayato instead of Neuvillette, these two things stay the same. It's just this one that's changing, right? But even if this was only like 10k, this is still a 70k DPS team. Which is better than Hayato's team. And like, realistically, it's more than 10k. It's gonna be like 25, 30k maybe. You could also do something like a 1E Neuvillette rotation, where this doesn't really change because Farina's DPS stays the same in shorter rotations, because she has full uptime no matter the rotation. It might be a little bit higher because more of your uptime is now spent with her own buff, but it's pretty much the same. But this would go to like 20. Right, if you do a 1E Ayato rotation with 20-second rotations. Then Escoffier's DPS goes up. Because with the Neuvillette team, we were assuming we were assuming 1E on a 25-second rotation. Would you say Hyperloom is no longer that good now that we have Escoffier? Yes and no. The more alternatives you have to Hyperbloom, the less good Hyperbloom is, obviously. The more alternatives you have to anything, the less important that thing becomes. Has Hyperbloom reached the point where it's not the best alternative to the best two teams in the game with Escoffier? I don't think so. I think the best two teams in the game will still be Neuvillette and Maoika. And I think that content that counters both of those teams you can still tackle on with Hyperbloom. It's just now you can also tackle it on with Escoffier teams. Sometimes the Escoffier teams will be better, sometimes the Hyperloom teams will be better. I have a question about Sack Jade. I'm used to switching from Neuvillette every 9 to 10 seconds, so I have 100% uptime. Do you think it'll be worth it on this team? Yes, 100%. If you are using Sack Jade on Neuvillette, you want to keep the buff, especially if you have refines on Sagjade. The buff from Sagjade is just too much. Like, it's way too much. You do not want to lose it. And so even if you're swapping out to do literally nothing, it's worth swapping out. That being said, if you are swapping out, then maybe you could consider going Fav Sitlali and swapping back to Sitlali and do a normal attack to get 2 Fav procs instead of 1 Sac proc. And that might be better. Because you don't care about swapping back to Escoffier, because her E cooldown isn't really a problem. You don't care that much about getting more than 1 E. For swapping back to Farina doesn't do anything because her E will be on cooldown. And swapping back to Sitlali doesn't do anything because her stuff will be on cooldown too. So, yeah, yeah, I don't know. Not entirely sure what the best way to go about it would be. I will also say though, right? If you are using Sagjade, you start at, what, 77.8, right? You start at 41 plus 36.8, 77.8. Which means that with Cryo Resonance, you're at 92.8. You will be overcapped on crit with Sagjade. Right? Like, that's something you have to accept. You will be overcapped on crit. I have 99.5 crit rate on that team. That means you have 7 crit rate from your substats. Honestly, that probably means your build is ass. I'm sorry. But if you only have 7 crit rate in your substats, that means 3 of your artifacts only have 2 useful subs. Like, only 2 useful lines, at least. Actually, that's not true. It's even worse than that. Because what useful stats is your circlet gonna have? Only HP? Yeah, how many flat HP rolls do you have? Jesus Christ. Alright, thank you for sending that. I'm actually curious now. This is a circlet of all time. My god. 16 HP, 11 ER. Oh boy. Like, yeah, this is not very good, right? This is basically a 3-roll circlet. Right? Like, yeah. The goblet is actually not bad. But this circlet isn't great. Well, actually, no. Because the ER is useful in this team. I suppose. It's your only ER rolls, so I guess they are useful. That feather is crazy? Yeah. That's an incredibly good feather, that's for sure. But how many useful rolls is that? That's 5, 6, 5, 6, 8, 8, 14, 4, 5, 19, 5, 24, 5, 29, and then the flat HP, you have a total of like a bit over 1500, which is the equivalent of 2 rolls of HP. How many rolls did we say? Already for gore. It was 14. It was 29. So you have the equivalent of a 31 roll build. Like it's not bad, but it's also not that good. Most likely, your best build that doesn't have cryo resonance is gonna have like 2, maybe even 3 more subs. Which means that the actual increase you get from cryo resonance here is not 15% crits worth of damage, it's like 5% crits worth of damage. Because you lose out on 10% crits worth of damage from the fact that your artifacts are worse. Is it better to switch to Widsith or any other catalyst in that case? You're gonna have to check. I'm not sure. It depends on how much better your other builds are. But like for me, if I had Sack Jade, I don't think Sack Jade would be an upgrade to my builds. Because I have some really good Maréchaussée artifacts focused on HP that have a large amount of crit rate rolls, right? My best Sans has 14 crit rate. And if we look at my alternative has 4 rolls, right? And it's 4 low rolls. Well, 4 rolls on the lower average side, right? This has 7 rolls. Well, I guess 6. But I would lose out on 2 rolls here. Then here, I also have 14 crit rate. On a piece that has 7 rolls. What's my best piece that doesn't have a lot of crit rate? Do I even have one? I don't. All my pieces have at least 9 crit rate. So I'd have to go offset on my feather. So I wouldn't be able to go off piece on here. Right? Here I have 8 rolls. I guess I could use this. So 7 rolls, I'd lose 1 roll here. But the HP rolls are obviously a bit worse than the crit rolls. Here, I wouldn't be able to use this either. 12% crit, that's way too much. Can't really use this either. So I'd use this, I guess. It has 5 rolls, but like... Again, low crit damage roll, and then the rest is HP. So it would be a major downgrade here as well. And obviously I can't use this. But all my fucking circlets have crit rate on it. So I'd probably use it anyways. And so I'd be overcapped. Like, for me, if I were to try to make a build with Sack Jade with Cryo Resonance, it would probably do less damage than if I stay on Proto Amber. Even though Proto Amber is obviously a much worse weapon. Do you use HP or Hydro Damage Goblet? I use HP because my HP Goblet is really good. And also because it's loaded in crit rate, and I really like having just a tiny bit over 100%. Because that means I never get a non-crit. And I like that. I like that a lot. I hate seeing the small numbers. They make me angry. this shit that I roll. That's really funny. But yeah. Like, if you're starting at 77, right, it's not too bad. It's once you get to, like, over 85, because 85 is, like, the upper limit of what it can be before it starts being a massive issue. Because at 85, you can get one crit rate roll on all of your pieces and still be not, like, at maybe, like, 101, 102. Like, not far above 100. Which effectively means that your starting artifacts all have one more useful line they can have. Which is going to increase the average value of your build by, like, up to 5 stats worth of value. Right? But as soon as you start going above that, it means that that's one less artifact. Every 3 more crit rate over that is one less artifact that can have a crit rate line that isn't overcapped. I use R5 Sagjade, am I cooked? No, you're not cooked. Like, okay, here's the thing, right? Sagjade is such a broken fucking weapon. At R5? Where is it? Right? 64% HP from the passive is more than what you get from Proto Amber's substat. Even if you're already capped on crit rate before this, it still does more damage at R5. Not at R1, right? But at R5, yeah. Obviously, you don't have the energy refund, but it is what it is, you know? The only real potential issue with it is like, maybe having to swap out, but that's not a problem in current Navidad teams. It may be a bit of a problem in the SKFU ones, but it won't be that big of a problem at the very least. Is Sagjade R5 better than Tome? If you're not overcapped in any way, let's just copy this. Right? Remove Proto Amber. Okay? And just take a look at Sagjade versus Sig. Assuming you don't get any form of overcap problems, I guess I should do Sagjade, R1 sack, R5 sack, and Sig. Right? You get 32%. And here you get 64 instead. And you also get 36.8 times 2. This minus 1. Cool, cool, cool. We'll remove Crawler Resonance for now. Alright. And then we can take a look at Sig. And Sig, instead of the HP and this CD, we get 88.2 crit damage. We get 16% HP, and we get like 40-ish average damage percent. And as you can see, Zig can actually be worse than R5 Sack. But that's assuming you don't get any value from the energy refund. And you're not overcapped on crit. if you do get value from the refund, right, your ER requirements without energy from your weapon in a team like this tend to be around 120. If you actually have a great build with no ER substats, if you're not sacrificing, or like if the ER substats you need from sac actually make it so you get less HP and crit because you have artifacts that don't have ER at all that give you more total stats, if that 20% ER can be converted to 20% HP, then SIG is a lot better. What about vape teams? Vape teams don't really run double hydro, which means the energy matters a lot more. Which means that even with the EM from SAC, SIG is actually significantly better. Anyways. What nerf to Escoffier would it take to not consider playable with Neuvillette? For her to not be playable with Neuvillette at all? With a design like hers, I don't think that's doable, honestly. Even if she didn't shred a Hydro, I think she'd still be good. She wouldn't be an upgrade anymore, but she'd still be good enough to be considered an option for him. But she wouldn't really be an upgrade to his teams. Maybe to make her not work with Neuvillette, you'd have to remove the Hydro Shred and make her damage coordinated attacks on something that Neuvillette doesn't do, like normal attacks, basically.
You should always
Otherwise, she'd still be an option.
meal when you get hungry. What I like to do is stack my plate up high, then squash it all down.
Because she'd be an option for him if she did 0 damage, because her shred is just that good. And she'd also be an option for him if she didn't shred, because her damage is just that good. So you'd need to make both not work for her not to be an option for him. Oh yeah, also, when I did calcs on this, I was assuming Proto Ember. I should take a look at how much the damage is with Ash, Graven, Drinkenhorn instead. Can trigger once every 15 seconds. And you'll trigger it relatively close to off cooldown. Well, will you? Because you trigger it on your first E. Then you swap out. Then you go back to him and you trigger it again before the first cooldown is over. Then you finish your rotation. You swap out. Do your setup again. Back to him. and you trigger it again at the start of your second setup, the question is, do you trigger it again before the end of your second rotation? Do you trigger it a fourth time there? Is he on field for more than 15 seconds? I don't think so, right? Maybe? No, actually, I think you do. Let me double check. Right? So if I set up my stuff,
Stabilize.
okay. Let's start the charge attack at 50. Actually, at 48.
Bow your head. The tides beckon. Silence.
Yeah, 17 seconds.
Gather.
So we do get it. So basically, you get it from the E at the start of your first rotation. And then you get it in the middle of your first uptime. And then you get it at the start of your uptime on the second rotation. And then on the E, or around the E, that marks the start of your third rotation. So that it's 3 every 2 rotations. And it should be consistently 3 every 2 rotations. I think that's very reasonable. And on top of that, it's front-loaded damage. Optimizer says my best team DPS is with Nebula at TDDS. Yes, we talked about that yesterday. How TDDS will be better than Proto Amber in that team. But I don't want to talk about that. And it might not be better than Ashgrave and Drinking Horn. I hope it's not. Anyways, so this is an 80% proc 3 times every 2 rotations. So it's 120% proc every rotation, basically. Right? How much of the damage percent does not apply to it? So this doesn't apply, this doesn't apply, this doesn't apply, this doesn't apply. We only get Farina's buff on it. So, effective HP divided by 1 plus damage percent plus, or no, sorry, times 1 plus, I think on average you'll be able to get the one on the E at the start of your first rotation is unbuffed. The one during your uptime is fully buffed. The one at the start of your second uptime is mid-buffed. But then the one on your E that marks your third rotation probably still has Farina buff. In current rotations, Farina buff runs out basically at the end of his last charge attack. But that's assuming the time it takes to swap out of Neuvillette to refresh your buffs. So if you don't need to do that, Farina's buff will still be active on the E that marks the start of the third rotation. So you'll have the first one unbuffed, but it's the only one that's unbuffed. Is the one at the very start of the first rotation. Everything after that will be buffed. And then it'll either be fully buffed or about halfway buffed. I think we can assume, on average, we get 3/4 of the buff. More or less. Let's say 220 average fanfare. So that's the effective HP times 120%. Because we get 1.5 proc per rotation, and it procs for 80%. Times 190 divided by 390 times 0.9 because we don't have any physical shred. So it's basically 4k more DPS. Also, this should be 25. Oopsie. Yeah. Oh, yeah. 4k more DPS, pretty much. Whereas TTDS is what, 35.9, right? I think. Okay, Ashgraven Drinking Horn is officially better than TTDS. Thank fucking God. Thank God. Hey, what about R1 Ashgraven Drinking Horn for people that didn't do the full event? Is it still better? Yes! Yes, it is. Massive. Okay, math is cool again. True. Is that an event weapon? Yes. No, the gacha one is different. The gacha one is an ER main stat that gives you HP based on the amount of hydro characters you have. This is just prototype archaic, but it's a catalyst that with HP instead of a claymore with attack. But the difference is that the proc is actually kind of big. Like, it's hitting for like 70k, 80k. Mine isn't leveled yet, so it doesn't have the HP from levels, but like, you can still see how big the proc is. I might as well refine it. Minus 15k Mora. Ah! It's actually kind of a big deal right now, but it's fine. Anyways. Yeah, so even without the levels on it... Actually, wait. If we take the HP card, it almost makes up for the levels we don't have. Alright. Default hits for 48k. Oops, that's not the right rotation, but it's fine. And the buffed one is 84k here. Is it single target or AoE? It's AoE, but it's not big AoE. How does it compare to Amber? Well, it doesn't give healing or energy refund, but it has the same stats. So effectively, instead of healing and energy refund, you get the physical proc. Slam AoE size, I think it's pretty similar, yeah. Yeah, my build, right? I have the 120-ish ER I need. And if I'm using Escoffier, the healing from Proto Amber does not actually help out for Fanfare generation in any way. Which means Ashgraven Drinking Horde would just be objectively better. In Maoika, Sitlali, Yansan, Bennett, who should be running which artifacts? I think the optimal way to go about it is Bennett on Instructor, Yansan on Noblesse, Sitlali on Cinder City. But you will run into some potential issues with Yansan buff up time if she's not C6, Yansan ER requirements, and reliability of the Instructor proc on Bennett based on the off-field hits from Maoika's E. Let me see if you need to do anything specific to make the timing lineup. Where the fuck is Yansan? There she is. Personally though, I don't think it's worth it. Just to gain the Instructor buff. So personally, I would just do Cinder City on both Yansan and Sitlali. If you have an incredibly good TOM, you can do TOM Sitlali instead. But you need a lot of ER to do TOM Sitlali. Yeah. A rotation like this. Jesus Christ. Balanced character, I think. Instructor Sitlali. I think that's unreasonable. I think TOM Sitlali is doable, right? Because yes, your ER requirements are really high, but at least you have a 5-star artifact set. With Instructor, I think it's too much. But yeah. Alright, so you get the Instructor like this. The only problem is I'm not sure how reliable your... It looks like you might have to wait a little on Sitlali. Let me see what happens if you don't wait at all. Can we do it in time? I think we can. But this is going to be ping reliant. Can Yansan generate the same amount of fighting spirit as Xianyun? In total, it's a little bit less, but remember that Maoika is a really broken unit, and in practice, she often kills enemies before her uptime is done. Xianyun generates all of her fighting spirit when she uses her E, because she consumes all her Night Soul when she, like after the N2. Yansan generates her fighting spirit over time, which means if you kill the enemy before your uptime is over, you lose the fighting spirit from that Night Soul not being consumed. So the next rotation will, or the next chamber, you'll start with a lower amount of fighting spirit, and your first burst will not hit as hard. Anyways, remember in this team, if you are doing Instructor Bennett, you need to do the charge attack on Yansan. If you just do EQ, Bennett won't proc Instructor. Right? We got an overload from Maoika, not from Bennett. Right? Because you start with a Pyro Aura on the enemy, your E triggers overload. But if you don't charge attack, your burst will apply Electro, then Maoika E will trigger overload, and then you don't have an aura. If you do the charge attack applies Electro, Maoika triggers overload off of that, and then the burst applies Electro again for Bennett. Right? Overload, apply Electro, and then you can get an overload on Bennett. Right? Overload on her, overload on Mawika, overload on Bennett. And here, because my setup was a little slower, I waited a bit on Citlali to start my rotation. Yeah. That's something you should remember if you're playing Mawika, not just in this team, in teams in general, right? The one thing that can fuck you over is if Mawika skill hits the enemy between Citlali Cryo Application and Mawika Burst. Right? And there's a bit of time between when Citlali hits and when you burst on Mawika, especially if you have some ping. A good way to make sure it doesn't happen is to use your skill on Citlali around when Mawika's skill hits. Because if you do, then you're guaranteeing that the next hit of Mawika's skill happens before Citlali burst hits. And so if you're unsure how good your timing is, you can just wait a little bit on Citlali before you use your stuff, right? Just wait a little and use it around the same time here. And you're guaranteed that it will be very easy. Anyways. Also, I guess another thing I should say, if you realize you fucked up, if you realize, oh no, I don't have a cryo aura on the enemy, I won't trigger melt from my burst, don't auto on Citlali hoping you get cryo. Swap to Mawika and enter bike mode. Because you can just wait until the cryo gets applied to the enemy from that. Entering bike mode stops your application. Doesn't work at C6. Well, at C6, even if you don't melt, they die, so who cares? How about Citlali N1? Citlali N1 might not be enough to overtake, depending on your timing. Because you need 2 cryo apps to remove Pyro, and 3 cryo apps to remove Pyro and apply Electro. C6 doesn't apply Pyro? Oh. Who cares? Eon-san before Bennett in this team? Eon-san before Bennett means that you can trigger Instructor on Bennett, and if you have C6 Eon-san, your duration for stuff lines up better. If you're not doing Instructor Bennett, if you're just doing Cinder City on both Eon-san and Citlali, you're probably better off going Eon-san second. Because her buff is a lot shorter uptime. If she doesn't have C6. I guess I shouldn't do the final hit on that chamber here. Because final hit kind of forces me to be placed in the middle between the two. And then Bennett doesn't trigger Instructor? Yeah, that's why I said if you're not using Instructor Bennett. Because it's not like we need to actually min-max our damage. We have more than enough damage to clear without a fucking problem. Yeah, right, if I want to keep them grouped, I'm better off doing this. Going out of range of one of them so I can stagger one backwards into the other and then move in the right position to stagger the other one. I suppose that's better. But, oh well. Oh well. Which is more cooked between Instructor Eon-san and Instructor Citlali? Do not do Instructor Eon-san. Because with Eon-san, it's not just the ER requirements that are the problem. Eon-san's buff relies on her stats. Citlali's buff does not. Citlali gives the same buff no matter what her stats are. It's always Cinder City 4-piece, Shred, and potentially TDDS. There is no buff that she gives based on the size of her stats. It's just the shield and the damage, but her damage isn't that big, and who cares about the shield? Anyways, I should spend my resin before I cap, huh? We are Sunday, which means we can do Veresa books today again. So let's do that. Actually, I'll do the new domain once. I want to know what enemies are in here. I see. Does this enemy have fire resistance, by the way? He kind of looked like he does, but I don't know if he actually does or if he just looks like he does.
Final warning. Quick as a flash. Light of the blazing sun.
Maybe he doesn't.
Justice o'clock.
I didn't. Chat, do I let my desire get the best of me and farm artifacts instead of books today? I think I will.
Justice will prevail.
Bad order, but it's fine, I guess.
Stronger. Arrow incoming. Headbutt.
Attack? Is this worth locking? Like, could they ever release a defense-focused cryo carry? I guess. Maybe they would. Honestly, I could see it. I don't think they'd release a defense hydro carry, but cryo, maybe.
Light it up. Quick as a flash. Pyroclastic surge. Justice o'clock.
Oh my god, the bad Winston buff. But this is not pre-locked, and I think I have pre-lock turned on, so it's probably ass. Sorry! 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 What the fuck do you mean? I guess I didn't have it turned on! What? What? It's a 3-liner though, so it can't be perfect, but like that's already fucking... I'm full sending this for sure. Like 100%. I need a plus 20 because I don't have the Mora to level it without using a plus 20. Oh, okay. What can we use? Could we use one of these maybe? A defense circlet. I don't think I'll ever use this. It's the sort of stuff that, like, could have been useful. But I feel like if they release defense-focused characters in the future, they probably will be released along with sets that are better for them than Husk. Alright. I don't want to see any number next to whatever this stat is, okay? Stay at no rolls into it, please. What do you mean? What do you mean?
You asked for it. Controlled breathing. Wrath from the sky. Hi. Yeah. Hurry up, Grassa.
That's not worth locking. Should have listened to the autolog? Yeah, I think the autolog just knew. That's why I didn't log that piece.
Rise. Yeah. Look out below. It's justice o'clock. Time to roll.
Should have farmed books. Yeah. Yeah, I should have. I should have. That's the sands. It looks like a bell. Okay. I thought you liked attack. Meh. Veresa gets so much attack in her teams. It's not gonna be good.
Justice o'clock. Running late again.
Oh, we got a double. I'd be pretty happy with a good circlet. That'd be nice. Do you guys think there's a chance? Oh, interesting. I don't think they'd release a plunge HP scaler. Could they? They could. If they did, and you play them with Xianyun, would you use HP Circlet? Probably not. Probably only if you didn't use them with Xianyun. So I don't think I'll lock this. Chat, stop spamming cope, okay? I haven't even said this is good. I'm wondering if it's good, because it's a new artifact set, so I haven't thought too much about the sort of characters they could release in the future. Right? I'm thinking about that now, while wondering if I should lock it or not. Okay? It's low roll crit. I mean, if this was the right main set for a character, I would lock a low roll 3-liner 100% if it has double crit. Like, without a fucking second thought. Now, the reason why I'm concluding that you probably don't want this is, one, assuming they do release an HP scaling plunger, in order for this to be good on them, you would need them to not be good with Xianyun, right? But also, because the set gives 100 damage percent, it's very likely that you would run HP Goblet long before you run HP Circlet. And if you run HP Goblet, you definitely don't want HP Circlet. It could make a character that has a passive like Kokomi that prevents you from critting, but I don't think so. I think that's a little too far-fetched. Crow set. What piece even is this? Is that the circlet? Maybe? It's a flower. I guess we'll lock this. Like, there's a flower on it, but it kind of looks like a hat with a flower on it, not just a flower. Oh well. Roll it now? No. It's not good enough to roll it now, and I don't have a lot of Mora, so I can't even get it to plus 20 unless I use some artifacts that are already leveled.
Stop right there! On my wrath from the sky! Justice o'clock! Yeah! Running late again.
Farm Mora? I should. Yeah, I know that's what I should do. Actually, I should farm books. And then on the day where I can't farm the books, I should farm Mora. Here you go.
Justice will prevail! Let's light up the blazing sun! Full throttle! Yeah! Running late again.
Last one for today. Will it be good or will it be bad? Probably bad, honestly. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Yo. Also, as much as this is like Omega Cope and pretty bad, it's definitely good enough to be used. Like, if I get pieces with this sort of quality on all artifacts, I will put her on this over Codex. Because keep in mind, I can't use Lost Prayers because of Codex, and Lost Prayers is better than Widsith. Right? So my threshold for artifact quality on the new set is a lot lower. Because the new set will allow me to play a better weapon. Right? And pieces of this quality, because changing to the new set also includes changing to a better weapon, are actually good enough. Like, this is very much usable. We'll get an exercise redeem.
There's a lot that goes into managing an orchard. Watering, weeding, fertilizing the soil, making sure the temperature is right. Most importantly, you have to keep the fruit in a good mood.
Got it done. I'd rather use that off piece, that flower as an off piece for an attack scaler, support / healer, but it doesn't have any ER. What attack scaling support / healer doesn't need ER? And flower off piece? Is that really what we're saying here? Let's hold our horses, okay? Let's put the saddles back in the stable for a second. All right, we're not ready to go off on our journey just yet. How much of a difference can be expected from Ayakai Skefi Shenhe Farina and Ayakai Skefi Kazuha Farina? Shenhe will be a lot better. Think about it this way, alright?
No matter how busy life gets, you should
Just the 4th stack from
meal when you get hungry. What I like
Escoffier
is stack my plate up high.
does almost as much for you as Kazuha's whole kit. If you don't have Shenhe, you don't play Kazuha. You play Rosaria. You play Keiya. You play fucking Barbara before you play Kazuha. You play Yelan, you play Singto. Like, you just don't bother. Don't play Kazuha in these teams if you can help it. Thoughts on Gaming, Xianyun, Citlali, Eon-san? Is it viable? It works. The problem is that getting your Pyro Swirl in that team is fucking rough. So most likely you end up with very little Pyro VV uptime, or you don't use VV at all. Also, Gaming ER? No, Gaming ER isn't really a problem there, because Bennett doesn't help his energy more than Eon-san. Because you don't get multiple Bennett E's in these teams. You get one, right? 2 Pyro Particles is 6 energy. 3 Clear Particles from Fab is also 6 energy. And then you also have the Particles from Eon-san. So Eon-san, his ER requirements are actually lower in Eon-san teams than they are in Bennett teams. Not significantly so, but they're at least not higher. Does Kazuha Burst help? He does off-field damage for VV. Barely. VV doesn't get refreshed off-field, right? But he does do a bit of damage with his stuff, but it's not a lot. Anyways. In a team like this, the only way to get the Pyro Swirl is to go to Xianyun next. But that means we trigger Swirl at 56. So our first plunge gets it, our second plunge gets it, but that's it. Or doesn't. On top of that, we didn't proc Cinder City. Don't look at Gaming Weapon, by the way. We didn't proc Cinder City. Because the Pyro isn't enough. In order to proc Cinder City, you'd have to do something like this. But that's even less uptime. Maybe you do something like this, but then you lose 1 stack from this. No, that didn't work. Wait. Right! It didn't. Oh, yeah, you can't do that. So it's gotta be this. Actually, no, it's the same VV uptime. So you do it, you proc it at 56. Yeah. So you'll get 2 plunges VV'd, and that's it. You also lose a stack off Xianyun E. What? Oh, you mean if you start with burst? Yeah, but the starting with burst doesn't work anyways, because you don't get your swirl. Xianyun E uses her burst stack, yeah, but only, like I said, that's not what you do anyways. My experience, use Vivi on Xianyun only if you want a screenshot number. But the thing is, if you don't use Vivi on Xianyun, she's worse than your other options. Just the damage from her burst is not actually enough to compete with the other buffers if you're not using Vivi as well. So if you're not using Vivi on Xianyun, why are you using Xianyun at all? I guess unless you have C2, sure. I have C2 or one. Okay, buddy. No one asked. So Songs isn't good on Xianyun, or why? I mean, it's not that Song isn't good on Xianyun, it's that Vivi's really, really good, and not using Vivi is obviously gonna be worse than using Vivi. 40 shred is a lot of shred. Can you check my minus 15k? When did you redeem it? I don't see it. Is bro trying to scam me? I think little bro's trying to scam me. Like an hour ago? Okay, Lud sent it. Ooh, wah, wah. No, that's a bad emote. What the fuck? Sorry. My brain didn't process the fact that if Lud was sending it, it was probably not because you were scamming. And so I answered as if you were a scammer, so I was more rude than I needed to be. I don't like the emote, but I didn't need to be as harsh as I was. Sorry. No. I don't like this. Why? Wait, which? When does she say hero incoming? Is that when you get the wrong burst by accident? I think it's the right burst? Oh. I'd be down to add an emote for when you get her wrong burst by accident. What are her voice lines? Does one of them actually work for that?
You oughta stand one Fantana! Grant me strength! One fell you oughta stand down!
No, none of them do. I think these are the default burst lines, right? And these are the...
Maxim ultimate flying kick!
whatever. None of them are like great emote names, unfortunately.
There's a lot that goes into managing an orchard. Watering, weeding, fertilizing the soil, making sure the temperature is right.
We could add a why me emote, but like, it would need to be a good emote. Like, just the name isn't enough. It has to be an emote that looks good. But yeah, by the way, mods, I don't know what exactly you've been doing for refunds for emotes, but I just want to clarify. If I don't look at an emote because I just fucking don't notice it or whatever, you can refund. But if I look at the emote and say no, don't refund them. That's a minus 15k. I've been doing that? Okay, cool. Just wanted to double check. Like the points you're offering for me to look at an emote are not supposed to be collateral to ensure that you don't get, like, no, like those are the price for me to look at it. You'll get refunded if I don't look at it, but not if I do. Anyways, let's do a clear. What should we do? Let's do... You try Sarah with Marissa. The problem is my Sarah's level 39 and she's not C6. So, it's not a good idea. I can try to figure out what the rotations would be like, though. I don't mind. How long does Sarah's burst last again? Or buff last again? It's 6 seconds. That's enough time for 2 plunges, basically. Not for 3. Is it enough for 3? It might be just barely enough for 3. I don't know, actually. Let's try to figure out what the rotation would be like. Alright, something like this, 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 this. One, two. I don't think you want the third one. I think you just do 2 and swap out. Alright, like the rotation would be something like this. I want to do a full rotation, see how the cooldowns line up. No. This won't work. So I guess you don't do burst second rotation? You probably want to do 18-second asynchronous rotations. Or alternate rotations, where you burst every other rotation on Sarah. Right? Something like this. First rotation, you do... Wait, bad order. Wait, no, it was the right order, I just... My brain short-circuited. Alright, so you... First rotation, you Sarah E into Maoika burst. Then Sarah burst and back on Veresa, do 2 plunges. Sarah E, back to Veresa, 2 plunges. Then... No, you can do 3 plunges. I guess the rotation, or... When you burst, your attack buff lasts a bit longer, right? Because the attack buff refreshes on burst hit, and the burst takes a while to finish all of its hits. So I guess you do 3 plunges on the first swap into her. 1, 2, 3. Go to Sarah. 1, 2. And then swap. That doesn't work very well. Fucking hell. I have to figure this out. So I should reduce my stats a little so I can do some proper testing. And give Sarah an FER. Is there an initial hit to Sarah, by the way? I kind of forgot. No, right? There's no initial hit, right? So you don't proc sack unless you stay on field until it hits. Right? You probably just can't build rotations around a sack proc. Will we get level 80 Sarah in 2025? Probably. Like, I've always wanted to get around to leveling her eventually. It's just, I don't have the Mora, man. They keep releasing characters I want to get. They never give me a break. No, I shouldn't have done 3 there. Oof. I still have a bit too much damage if I don't want to kill them too fast. It's a lot easier to do testing on the first wave than on the second. So let's do Carissa, Sarah, Chevrers, Malika. You do 3 here. Then go to Sarah and E, and then you do 2. Then you do 2 here. Then Sarah burst. And then you do 3. You can't do 3. Oops. I'm an idiot. Okay, I mean, you can probably just end up doing something like this and it kind of works.
No turning back. Drop your weapons. Light up the blazing sun. Full throttle.
Yeah, it kind of works, I guess. It's a little scuffed, but it kind of works. You can't do, like, flowing rotations, though. Like, there's gonna be some form of scuff going on somewhere. What if you just do 3 by default every time you swap to Versa? How does that work out? Oh, wait, actually, I have an idea. Yeah, I have an idea. What if you go for 20-second rotations where you do 3 on each one? So,
You asked for it! Stop right there! Flash! Pyroclastic surge! Glory to the Shogun! Hi!
oops.
Charge! Look out below! Quiver! Headbutt! Hi!
I gotta look at the timer while I'm doing this. So, if I do this, I get, wait, no. Okay. If I do this,
Strike!
it procs at 54. And I finish at 49, so I still have the buff. And if I do this, the last hit happens at 56. So I can still have the buff on this one as well. It's gonna be a little scuffed, but usable. Okay. So let's try to build a rotation with that then.
Justice will prevail! Flash! Light up the blazing sun! Try and stop me! Hero incoming! Yeah! Headbutt! Glory to the Shogun! Boom! Hi!
I don't know about that. Maybe this isn't it. Oh, I'm an idiot. It's probably a little sus. But you could make a cryo goblet. It's just you shouldn't use your elixirs before you farm an artifact set. Because if you get a really good cryo goblet from farming it, it's very possible that the best thing you can craft is gonna be a circlet instead of a goblet. So you should at least farm it before. Like you should definitely not do it now. But doing it this patch could be worth it.
Look out below! Justice will prevail! Wrath from the sky! No turning back! Headbutt! Hero incoming! Justice o'clock! Look out below! Final warning! Quiver! Pyroclastic surge!
I think this rotation is too long though. 3 uptimes, I think, is too much. Yeah. This is too much. We can't really do that. So, Which means you're inherently gonna be stuck at some point after like 2 rotations. Actually, this isn't so bad. If on the second rotation, you replace one of your E's with 2 plunges like that. Put sack on Sarah, but you can't proc the sack. Because sack doesn't proc off field, and you should never be on Sarah when her skill does damage. Because if you're on Sarah when her skill does damage, it means you buffed Sarah, not your characters that are doing damage. You can EQ with Sarah? Sure, but you need to buff Veresa twice and Mawika, so I don't know if you actually can justify it. You only have so many times you can buff. Did I forget to? Yeah, I did. I forgot to E on Sarah. Well, whatever. I'm an idiot. I don't think this is worth it. So, if you don't do that, let's assume this is the second rotate. No. On the second rotation... Okay, I just have to get there, actually. let's assume we got it. I can't do 3 rotations on the first one, and once it's dead, it's hard to test stuff. So 3rd rotation stuff seems fucking scuffed to test. Their gameplay looks cancerous. It is. It's not. It's not all that fun. I'll tell you that much. I am very glad I don't have I forgot this Herald Burst. I'm very glad I don't have hyping right now. Because it would not be pleasant otherwise. I can E on this one. I always forget. Did I not? I didn't burst. Fuck. What is that? Oh, I see. Maybe that works, actually. Yeah, something like this might be it, actually. I forgot to do the Sarah thing, but whatever. These rotations are fucking scuffed, though. They're very scuffed. And yeah, without Zajef Sarah, there's no fucking point to doing this. Now a full clear. But my Sarah's level 40. I don't wanna... I'll do it. Maybe I should level this, huh? Oh well. Oh, should be enough. Probably want to use this one. So it has ER. 246 ER. Decent crit ratio, but not great. That'll work. We also want to properly gear. For now, I just want to see the difference in damage. Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, let's just use this. Who cares? Little overcap. Little overcap never killed anyone. So, with other constellations, my burst hits for, I couldn't see the number. 78k, something's wrong. I'm still on a level 1 weapon, aren't I? Yep. Yep. Yup. Oh, but I don't want to check Witsith damage, because there's RNG, and it's a pain in the ass. Right, we're just gonna take a look at this, because we only care about the damage right now. Like, the damage difference. I want to see how much worse it is. I'm too lazy to calc it. I just want to look at it. Just use Lost Prayers. I have 100 crit without any crit rate from my weapon. So burst hits for 130k. Here. And then with Sarah, level 39 Sarah.
You asked for it.
67k. We do half the damage. I would say this is an unfair comparison. I mean, it would be an unfair comparison if I was trying to make a point about Sarah's strength in this team. That's not what I'm trying to make, though. Right now, I'm trying to see how awful it would be if I wanted to play Sarah, my Sarah, in this abyss. It was 67k, right? What about, hear me out here, also 67k. Did something go wrong? Did I not get the buff? What? Or is it just because I had more Mawika buff because I swapped from Mawika directly to Veresa? I think that's it. I didn't have Sarah's buff, but I had a bigger Mawika buff. No scroll? But Sarah isn't on scroll either. It's not like I missed out on a support set. You were midair when the circle popped. Do you not get the buff if that happens? Oh man, no shot. Well, maybe I was out of the horizontal range. Because, like... Okay, where's Marissa? Here. So... by default, I get 19k or 34k, depending on whether or not I'm in the thing. Wait, why was this one 16k? Knight's Old Blessing, maybe? Whatever. If I do this, I did get the buff. So I was in range when it hit. Yeah. What if I do this? It didn't crit. Okay, buddy. 98% crit rate. Actually, no, I'm not 98% crit rate because I'm not proccing the obsidian with this, but it's fine. 19k. So I'm not getting it. Nice crit, loser. Nice crit loot. Okay, it's 7.5k when I get it and 6 point something when I don't. So I got it there. I didn't get it there. Oh my god. It's because of her tracking. Her charge attack tracking makes her move if the enemy's far from her. Right? Because if I start relatively far, that charge attack brings me behind them like that. So if I start from further away from the enemy, I'll be outside of Sarah's stuff. So I have to do this if I want to be inside. Okay, so that's one thing that's useful to know, I guess. Okay, what about the burst? 6.6k, that's unbuffed, I'm pretty sure. 7.5, that is buffed. I'm not sure what makes it so that sometimes it's buffed and sometimes it's not. That was buffed this time. That was buffed. That was buffed. It seems like it's getting buffed more often than not. Is it because I'm close to the enemy? What happens if I'm a little far? Yeah, I didn't get buffed this time. Oh, man. Dude, this is so cooked. Like, in what world was I not in Sarah's attack there? I was clearly, visibly inside the AoE. But it didn't buff. Like, how is this not inside the AoE? That's clearly inside of it, but I guess not. I guess her hitbox position is fucked. Like, Veresa's hitbox position is fucked when she starts far away from the enemy.
No turning back. Look out below.
That was buffed. Wait. It might be her hitbox position.
Storm the front.
Yeah, that was buffed. It might just be the hitbox position during the charge attack animation.
No turning back.
No, that was buffed too. Wait, why was this one buffed? I'm so confused.
Storm the front. Headbutt.
That was buffed too. I didn't delay it, and it was buffed. I'm so confused, man.
Glory to the
It actually feels like it's RNG. That was buffed. You need to get hit by the traveling lightning. I mean, that's what it says, right, in the description. But sometimes I get hit by it, like, clearly, like, the lightning hits where my character is, but the buff doesn't apply.
storm the front.
Like, there the buff didn't apply, but I clearly got hit by it. Yeah, like, there might be some iframes during Grace's animations that make her dodge Sarah's buff.
Glory to the shoulder. Headbutt.
I got the buff this time. Okay, so it seems like when you're using Sarah's burst, the buff is unreliable. It happens sometimes, but not every time, and I have no idea what factors make it work or not work. What about the skill? Is there any unreliability in it? Okay, that one I know what factor makes it not work, actually. Right? That one, if you start far from the enemy, you won't get it. Okay, I got it there because I was too far. If you're close enough to the enemy that you're in tracking range, but far enough that the tracking will bring you outside of Sarah's skill.
Quiver.
I wasn't in tracking range there. I need to be a bit closer for it not to buff, right? Something like this. I didn't get buffed there. What about the charge attack? Charge attack seems like you reliably get it. Because the charge attack will always be close to the enemy, unlike the E. Because it hits the enemy, so it's gonna be close to their hitbox.
Quiver.
But you don't get the buff on the E or the charge attack. You only get on the plunge, and then after that. And it's so cooked. Okay, but maybe I didn't get the buff when I was doing the testing with Sarah and looking at the damage. Maybe that's what happened. So let's try it again. And this time, we'll do this. So it's like 80 something K? No, it wasn't 80K. I was blind. Wait, was it 80K? I don't know. I couldn't tell. I shouldn't have reused my E. There were too many numbers. Yeah, 80K. And it was 67K without Sarah. And 130K with Hyun-san. Oh well. That's certainly something. In other words, we're not gonna bother. We're not gonna be playing level 40, level 39 Sarah. I can't be bothered. Should we borrow an account that has C6 leveled Sarah? Maybe. Anyone in chat have Varesa, Yansan, Shavers, Malika, and C6 Sarah? Yes? Watchful? Hey, Watchful, you can send me a DM. Can I borrow your account? Give me a moment? Alright, alright. Take your time. I'm not in a rush. My most adorable friend. Thank you, Xianyun, for these teachings of equity. Please test more Aggravate Varesa? Why? It's so not very good. We can test some Aggravate Varesa without Fischl. Kind of curious about that, I guess. I mean, it'll be ass, but...
The Temple of Wisdom. Control breathing. Start the clock. It's justice o'clock. Yeah! Headbutt.
What the fuck was that?
Justice o'clock.
It's not even that bad, I guess. Hello? Bro. How did that hit? Her plunge AoE is pretty fucking big. Is Sarah worse than the Xianyun Farina team compared to the team you're testing? Yes. Because in the Xianyun Farina team, getting Sarah buff means you spend more time before you swap to Varesa after VV. Getting Electro VV is harder. And you can't give TTDS to Varesa. Yeah, Watchful, that's fine. I don't care. Anyways, alright. Let us go do I exited to desktop by accident. Why did they even add that button? It's comfy to exit faster, but it's slower than Alt F4ing. Maj. Alright. Watchful, the 2FA has been sent. What region are you, by the way? EU. Okay. Could be worse. That being said, even EU ping is going to be a little rough when it comes to Sarah rotations. $270? It's not $270. EU ping for me is like 90-ish. 90 to like between 80 and 120. I don't remember. It's like around 100. That's at 100. 94. Alright, let's check the build real quick. Let's just use Crane's Echoing Call, I think. Crane's Echoing Call is, like, about as good as Widsith. We can just use that. No, because it gives a lot of attack. But I guess Sarah and Yeon-san give a very similar amount of attack, so that's fine. Yeon-san is C6. Has enough attack. A little low crit rate, but it's not too bad. Enough crit, enough ER. What about Sarah? Got Moon's Moon. Full W. Let's use a Scoured Harp. It's R5, but it's not like the refines matter that much. We should use Noblesse, probably. I can't. Full W. Nice C1. Let's check Chevreuse. Is Chevreuse on Song or is she on Noblesse? She's on Song. Huge. That means we can use Noblesse Sarah. Big. Big, big, big. Is Noblesse better than TOM, actually? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. For sure. Do we have enough ER? Hopefully. Probably. Alright, for now let's just do a Chamber 1 first side clear until we get to the shields. See how it feels, and after that we'll do a second side clear. So, Teresa, what are the talents? 888. Ew. Why 888? Why not 968? I can't. We'll start with Yeon-san just to get a feel for how good this race is. What? My E didn't work. Why didn't it work? Whatever. So it's like 150-ish K on the plunges. Yeah. Hovering around that, it seems. Around 120K when we don't have the Chevreuse buff. Okay. We can take a look at Sarah. It is noticeably worse.
Drop your weapons. Do not attempt to resist. Strike.
And Sarah's damage, I don't think, is enough to make up for it. It's not even that much higher than Yonsan's. We'll do a full clear, see how it goes. Put Sarah on L-Edge. I mean, if we're gonna be doing that, we might as well go Sake. What should we do for the first side team? What team could we play that we usually don't play because we don't have the characters for it? Could do Navia, could do Ito, could do Wanderer, could do Risley. Could do a Hytham, could do Nilo. Let's do Wanderer. Fuck it. I play him so rarely. No Bell? No Bell. Risley Catalyst is Risley Catalyst better than R5 Lost Prayers? Probably, right? Yeah. This is better if we don't overcap, which I don't think we do. Yeah. Alright. We go Bennett. Do we have enough ER, actually? For a Wanderer team?
Benny's adventure team, assemble!
It might be a little scuffed. Let's go Skyward Blade. Is your Farina on TOM? No, she's not. I'm not gonna bother gearing that much so I can put her on TOM. Oh, well, that's not TOM. Am I an idiot? Yo. Should be enough. Okay. Let's do this. What's the worst that could happen? Oh, is that C2 Farina? That looks like C2. I saw her HP changing. Alright, that's also C2 Wanderer. What? How is that? That's bad.
Swarm Fury.
I don't want to burst on Farina, and I do want to heal my characters a little.
Have fun with
The wind rises.
Okay. That will be good enough, I guess. That was a gameplay of all... Listen, I haven't played Wanderer in, like, 7 months, okay? I forgot he even had a charge attack. Okay? Like, give me a fucking break.
Care for a dance? Dance with me!
Flash! Wrath from the sky!
The show's only just begun.
Justice o'clock!
At least you were here to watch.
Quiver! Kapow! Here are we coming!
Oops.
Burn it down! Flash! Here are we coming!
I don't think we'll need to... Okay. We don't have an ER on our stuff.
Let's light it up! Ears of the storm!
That was bad order. It's fine, whatever.
Everybody stand back! Dare to mess with me?
Know your place.
Yoo-hoo! Let my name echo in some going in!
Eee.
Truth repeats its course!
The wind rises.
Strike a pose!
I
Hey!
dashed, but okay.
Time to shine! Teamwork is dreamwork! Let's light it! Ears of the storm!
Swarm Fury.
Ridley Sig gives charge attack damage, right? Is it more charge attack than normal attack, or less? I always forget. I know it's not the same amount. It is the same amount? Wait, really? I don't think it is. It's more normal attack, so I guess I should be doing normal attack spam instead of N2C. Still start with a charge attack, but... It's only a 2%, or I guess a 6% difference, huh? Yeah, I don't have the muscle memory for fast N2Cs, so I don't think I'm gonna bother.
You asked for it! Final ward! Quiver! Pyroclastic surge! Try and stop me! Storm the front! Hi! Yeah! Oof! It's justice o'clock! Hands where I can see 'em!
Rise with the sun.
Wrath from the sky! It's justice o'clock! Yeah! It's justice o'clock! No turning back! Headbutt! Heads up! Here are we coming!
The fuck is she doing? Oh well. Energy mod check? The fuck is going on here?
Time to go to work.
Too late for regret!
Oh god, okay. No Farina burst, I guess.
We'll see about that. Too late for regret. Have fun with this gift.
Behold. You're dead.
Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. I was in burst animation, but okay.
Wind rises. Upon the gate. You dare to gaze upon me?
Strike a pose. Too late for regret. Time to shine. Going in. Have fun with this gift.
Squall and fury. Bow your head.
Does that kill? It does, yeah. Okay. Okay, whatever. I'm convinced no sane person willingly plays Wanderer. I mean, I don't think that masochism is a form of insanity. So I don't know if I'd agree with that statement. But I agree with the sentiment behind it.
You asked for it. Drop your weapon. Strike. Light of the blazing sun. Charge. Look out below. Hi. Storm the front. Charge. Full throttle. Justice will prevail. Wrath from the sky. Look out below. Justice o'clock. Glory to the Shogun.
I wasn't in range, was I?
Heads up.
Whatever.
Early coming.
If you play Wanderer, you're a masochist, has been testing Sarah rotations. Yeah, I don't know what was more unpleasant, the Sarah rotations or the Wanderer side. Probably pretty close. At least this has made it clear to me that Sarah just ain't it in a team like this. What about Bennett? How ass does it feel with Bennett? Oh shit, they give her the 10 gifted. Rattata Makata.
Where did that come from?
Huge. Huge. Because, like, maybe you need Yonsan on your other side, or maybe you got a really early Veresa and you didn't get Yonsan. Right? Like, those are possibilities. And for those players, how scuffed is it to not play Yonsan?
Let's light it up. Teamwork is pyroclastic surge. Rev the engine.
Whoa.
Justice o'clock. Charge.
We're getting like 160Ks. How much were we getting with the Yonsan? 187k. 190k. A noticeable difference in damage. And that's without even counting... Is that C0 for Asa? I think so. Yeah, it is. And that's without even counting the energy difference. The energy is cooked in a team like this. How's that such a difference when Bennett has more attack buff? Bennett doesn't even have that much more of an attack buff. His attack buff is like 300 higher, but Yansan also gives attack percent, and with 1000 base attack, 30% attack is 300. So Yansan's attack buff is actually as big as Bennett's, but then you also get 65 damage percent from Cinder City plus C6. Also nice Mora, lol. How much energy do you get from Yansan? Well, you get, instead of 2 pyro particles, you get 4 electro particles. Right? Which is, instead of 1.2 energy, it's 7.2. And you also get a Fav proc, which is another 3.6. You get 10.8 energy instead of 1.2. And that's without counting Electro Resonance, which is another, like... around 10.8. So it's like over 20 more energy pre-ER. So if you have a bit of ER, it's going to be like around 25 more energy per rotation. It's a big fucking difference, man. Big fucking difference. What was the damage in this team? With Bennett, it was 170, right? That's what it was, I think.
Justice will prevail. Flash! Wrath from the sky! Full throttle! Time!
This is 140. No, it was 150, wasn't it? But did I even get the buff? I might not have gotten the buff. Sometimes this shit goes wrong.
Storm the front! Pyroclastic surge! Rep quiver! Justice o'clock!
That was 160k.
Justice o'clock!
That was 110 because I didn't have it anymore. So... And how much was it with Bennett again? It was also 160k? Right? I think.
You asked for it! Everybody stand! Wrath from the sky! Try and stop! Justice o'clock!
140?
Hero incoming!
Oh. Well, it shouldn't be that much less. Something went wrong.
Teamwork is strength! Pyroclastic surge! Time!
It is 140.
Justice o'clock!
But it shouldn't be. I'm confused.
Justice will
is it 160k on them? They don't have less resistance, do they? What the fuck is the difference? It's chevreurs. It's chevreurs. We don't have full chevreur stacks at the start.
You asked for it. Let's light it up. Teamwork is pyroclastic surge. Try and stop. Turn. Yeah.
He dodged.
Justice will prevail. Going in. Wrath from the sky. Full throttle. Turn. Yeah.
165k. What about with Bennett? Wait, that was with Bennett. Fuck, I'm a goddamn idiot. Dude.
Hands where I can see 'em. Drop your flash. Light up the blazing sun. No turning back. Turn.
173k. Yeah. Now, the rotations will be more scuffed, but I do think it'll be noticeably better if you have C6 Sarah. Because the damage is slightly higher, and you have a lot more energy. With Bennett, you get pretty much like 2 mini bursts every... You get like 1 mini burst per rotation. Your energy gen is just not very good. Wait, what? I saw someone calc Escoffier plunge melt with Citlali, Bennett, Xianyun, and that out DPS's Arlecchino melt. That's very funny. I wonder what artifact main stats you'd even want in a team like that. Because attack gets really diluted, but it buffs both your cryo and your pyro damage, so maybe it's still better. Good question. Okay. Thank you for letting me your account watchful. I appreciate it. I'll go back to my own. Hi, John. Was that Sarah C6? Yeah, it was. What is that? Oh, commissions. I should claim. So my expeditions are over tomorrow when I stream. Even if I stream earlier. Oops. Jason posted a new video in his cafe. I think it's really interesting. What is interesting about it? What is the thesis of the video? Marissa's so fast at getting to Catherine? Yeah, she is. Marissa goes like crazy fast. He likes that she's broken and says it's kind of needed for cryo. Yeah, okay. I understand that point of view, right? Because when a character like Escoffier is broken, it effectively means that the old cryo carries are gonna be able to keep up with new content. Like, I understand that point of view. But personally, I think that's a problem that should be addressed through the release of things that are not gacha. And I think that addressing that problem through releasing gacha things is shitty. I'd rather see a much better artifact set for cryo characters over a character like Escoffier. Because, yeah, you... Like, a character like Escoffier addresses the fact that Ayaka players don't really have good teams for their Ayaka. But it creates a new problem that Ayaka kind of fucking sucks unless you have Escoffier. Sorry, Ayaka players. She's not that bad. It's just that she's balanced around the strengths of Freeze, and they've been hard countering Freeze for years now. And so, if you're balanced around your strengths, and your strengths are invalidated by the content, then you're kind of weak. Oh yeah, we can go fight our daily peak. Let's go do that.
Why me? Get back on track. Gotta steer clear of other people. Be careful! Watch out for low-flying rebels!
Heads up! You asked for it! Quick as a flash! Crash from the sky!
Switching gears.
Justice o'clock! Justice o'clock!
Control breathing.
Pyroclastic surge!
I don't like that I can't fucking see what's going on half the time against this enemy.
Finally!
Why me?
Alright, it is what it is, I guess.
On my light of the blazing sun. What? Why me? Heads up. Charge. Yeah. Headbutt. Hi. Oof. Look out below.
Okay. Can we get more than one? Can we get... No, we didn't. Damn. Only one blue. Tragedy. Why don't you put a better teleporter here? Because I'd rather put my waypoints next to testing enemies rather than next to something like this. Because I need testing more than once a stream, but I only need to go here once a stream. Anyways. Should we record the Ask Zajef Xianyun video? Hello, beautiful people. Xianyun's rerun is here. I'll be recording an Ask Zajef video about her today. So come ask your questions on stream if you want them answered in the video. Link in replies. Okay, your business.
My contraptions are.
For now, let's put her on this. Xianyun is a whale character. I mean, in some ways, I understand what you're trying to get at. Xianyun is the sort of character where she's not really that worth getting if you're not a whale. Like, I get that. Because the teams where she's good, at C0 or 0, she's not that important, right? In Hu Tao teams, Xilonen is just as good. In Xiao teams, Bennett isn't that much worse. In Veresa teams, it's not even really better than the Shoulers teams. In Gaming teams, there's a lot of like quality of life stuff in Gaming that's made even worse with Xianyun. So she's not even that great either. So like, I get that. But I don't know if I'd call her a whale character even then. Because, like, yeah. Anyways. Let's, I mean, fuck it. Let's just fucking get right into it. Everyone say hi to YouTube. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi. To Ask Zajef Xianyun Edition. As usual, when there's a character rerun, I try to record an Ask Zajef video try to address whatever has changed since the last banner for the character, try to talk about how good they are overall, and obviously answer any questions you might have. And when it's a character's first rerun, also, you know, get thoughts out there on YouTube that are coming from a place of having played the character for more than a patch. The post releases I always try to get out before the banner's gone, which means that I only get less than one patch's worth of time to test the character. We only get to test them against one abyss, sometimes two. Depending on when the abyss reset happens. So we don't get to test them against that many different situations. In the Ask Zajef, we get a little bit more information, obviously, because they've been out for a while. We've had more abysses to test. We've been able to see more of the potential problems against certain types of matchups. Anyways, so as usual, I start by talking about the generic stuff, how good the character is, their pull value, and then we get into questions later on. So let's just get right into it. How good of a character is Xianyun? And Xianyun is an interesting character, in the sense that she's a dedicated support that can range from completely worthless for your account to necessary for you to be able to play your favorite character without them being awful. But who most of the time ends up as a character that's slightly better than the alternatives in most of the teams where you can use her. So, the way I see it, there's 3 different types of carries when it comes to how they interact with Xianyun, right? There's carries that can use Xianyun, but... or maybe 4, actually. 4 is probably... yeah. 4 different types of carries in terms of how they interact with Xianyun. There's carries that don't care about Xianyun at all. Right? Kenichi, for example. You're never playing Xianyun in a Kenichi team. Not happening. Don't even bother. Then, there's carries that can use Xianyun as a healer VV option, but that don't get that much benefit out of the plunges. Sometimes they do get a little bit, but very little. So, for example, a character like Yai. If you want to play on-field Yai, you can consider Xianyun as an option for your VV healing, whatever. The third type of character is characters whose best team or one of their best teams include Xianyun. Characters like Gaming, Xiao, Verissa, Hu Tao, mainly. Right? These are characters where, you know, they're good characters. They have some team options. They're already plungers or have good combos that don't involve plunges. Like Hu Tao. And Xianyun is there just because she's a character that helps you deal more damage. And finally, there's characters that are honestly just relatively bad and that don't have a kit that is, you know, keeping up with the times in 2025. Where playing them as a pyro-infused plunger is significantly stronger than playing them in their designated playstyle. So characters like Diluc, characters like Fremine. I mean, fuck, characters like Kave, even characters like Yao Yao. You want to play carry Yao Yao? Your best bet is with Xianyun, right? And Xianyun's relevance in the meta is going to depend a lot based on which category the characters you enjoy playing fall into. If you are someone who really likes playing Diluc is your favorite character, for some reason you think that his coat doesn't look incredibly ugly because you're blind, or you have his skin, I don't know, you're a big fan of fucking birds. For whatever reason, you really like Diluc, right? If you, for whatever reason, really like Diluc and want to be playing him, the difference between his teams with Xianyun and his teams without Xianyun is incredibly massive. Diluc is pretty awful in his default teams, and Xianyun gives him some okay teams. And so if you're a Diluc main, Xianyun is the sort of character that you are going to want to get pretty much no matter what. Since Xianyun's release, those characters have gotten upgrades from Citlali coming out. Right? Citlali, a lot better than Farina in those Xianyun teams. So that's pretty cool. Now, if you're not someone who really likes Diluc, and you're just asking yourself, okay, well, I have Xianyun, or I'm considering getting Xianyun, whatever, but I want to know how good a team like this is before. The biggest problem with a team like this is your energy. You will generally, like, the default rotation for a team like this does one E on Bennett and doesn't really want to use Diluc's E at all. So the amount of particles you generate is 2 from Bennett, 5 from Xianyun, 4 from Citlali. That's it. Which is less than pretty much every other team in the game. It's like really on the very, very bottom in terms of particles generated. And that leads to ER requirements that are incredibly high. This is the sort of team where you're probably going to need to put an ER weapon on Bennett, because 280 with the perfect build on Aquila is just not going to be enough. You're going to need over 300. And it's kind of scuffed because of that. Now, in practice, a lot of people don't get those ER requirements, so you end up extending your rotations, using Diluc's E at the end of your rotation, spamming Bennett's E to generate more particles, whatever. Some of these problems get alleviated with, like, Shining Constellations, for example, but the energy's really cooked. Because of that, in practice, these teams tend to be pretty bad. Because you end up doing one rotation every, like, 35 seconds. Or significantly hurting your offensive stats on your carry by giving them Fav or some shit. So they can generate more particles for your team, because you're kind of going to need to do that. Anyways, point being, you can end up finding yourself in shitty situations because of that. If your energy isn't a problem, if you have, I don't know, like 330 ER Scoured Blade Bennett, a really good Cinder City set for Citlali, signature on Xianyun for the energy refund. How good are these teams? They're actually relatively decent. They're not, like, the best teams, but they're okay. A team like that is pretty much just the worst version of a Gumming team. His Gumming actually generates energy, and his plunges hurt more. But it's functional. It works. It's okay. And if you really like a character like Diluc, you'll be able to get clears. It's just going to be somewhat uncomfortable or scuffed in some ways. Anyways, what about the next category of characters, which is the characters that have one of their best teams, one of their meta teams, include Xianyun, but that are not reliant on Xianyun to enable them to be not awful. So like I said, those characters are generally Gaming, Hu Tao, Chao, Carissa. Technically, you can include C6 Lynette as well here. C6 Lynette is not that much worse than Chao in the premium Chao team, but I don't know if I want to get into that one. Anyways, how good and how important is Xianyun in these teams? So like I said earlier, when it comes to Hu Tao, right, what you're doing is generally going to be something like this, with Yelan being very replaceable with Xing Tao. With this. Now, the biggest issue with Xianyun here is that she's far from necessary. She's not really better than Xilonen. She's very similar. She's kind of a side grade to Xilonen. And Xilonen is a unit that's also good in other teams, so if you're going to choose between one of the two, you'd rather go Xilonen. On top of that, the combos with Xianyun are still the same at C1 Hu Tao. You still do jump cancels because the plunges are better than dash cancels. But that means that Hu Tao's C1 doesn't help you. Whereas in a team like this, Hu Tao's C1 allows you to do dash cancels, which are better than jump cancels without plunges. So if you have C1 Hu Tao, this team will be better, and noticeably so. And so, for Hu Tao, Xianyun is one of the units you can use, but if what you're looking for is a way to upgrade your Hu Tao team, Xianyun will not be your number one option. So, what about other characters? Alright, the next one is Chao. When it comes to Chao, your team is something like this. Looking at the premium Chao teams. And the most important unit in here, by far, is Farazan. Farazan is just really good for Animo carries. She's too important not to use. The difference between C6 Farazan and non-C6 Farazan is incredibly massive, but Farazan is so good in these teams that even if she's not C6, she's still kind of your best option. In a team like this, Xianyun is your best option here as a healer slot. But she's honestly not even that much better than Bennett. The main upsides that Xianyun has is, one, she's Animo, so she generates more energy for Chao, which lowers your ER requirements. And two, the actual damage ceiling is higher. And I guess three, she offers you more possible constellations and signatures to upgrade your Chao teams if you wanna spend more primo gems on it. Alright, because Chao's constellations are pretty fucking dog shit. So having supports that enable more vertical primo gem investment can be nice for people that care about that. If you're not using Xianyun, then it's pretty much only for Rina constellations that matter. Anyways. But yeah, but in exchange for that, you don't have as much damage in AoE scenarios. Your primary target will take as much, will still take more damage with Xianyun than it would with Bennett. But Xianyun's plunge buff only applies to one enemy. Right? It's single target. And on the enemies where Xianyun's plunge buff isn't applying, obviously, Bennett will help you do more damage. And so in AoE scenarios, Xianyun isn't always better. That being said, at least with Xiao, this team is still the best. Even in AoE scenarios, most of the time, Xianyun isn't that much worse. And the fact that you're not limited to a circle like you are with Bennett means that AoE scenarios where you have multi-wave stuff, or a lot of enemies, you kind of get... You'll get better results on Xianyun, even despite the buff only being single target. But yeah. All in all, Xianyun is a good character for Xiao teams, but if you don't have Xianyun, Xiao is still fine. So, she's not necessary for him. Next, Gaming. Now, Gaming's best team is this. We can talk a little about the Farina teams too. The biggest problem with Xianyun in a team like this is how buff uptime overlaps with Gaming. Xianyun's burst lasts for 16 seconds, right? So you have 16 seconds before you lose the stacks, which is longer than Bennett, so you can use her burst before Bennett. However, Vivi doesn't last longer than Bennett. Right? Vivi only lasts for 10 seconds, which means if you use Xianyun's burst before Bennett, then you use Bennett, and then you use Citlali, because you have to use Citlali right before Gaming, otherwise your setup gets scuffed. By the time you swap to Gaming, you only have like 4 seconds of Vivi left. You're gonna get your first plunge buffed by Vivi, maybe your second, and that'll be it. Now, something you can do about that is you can use Xianyun's burst at the start, then Bennett, and then use a normal attack on Xianyun. To get your swirl. But that adds swaps to your rotation, which extends them. Especially if you have high ping, right? Each swap is delayed by however much ping you have. But it also makes them a little bit more scuffed. And Gaming is a character that can have uptime that's relatively long, which means you can actually end up having your Bennett buff expire if you go to Xianyun after Bennett. Now, just in terms of overall damage, Gaming's best team is still Xianyun. However, because Vivi doesn't carry over in multi-wave, because things can get a little cringe from your setups being longer, in practice, I tend to get faster clears using a different Gaming team, even though the DPS is higher. Gaming is a character that already has so many quality of life problems that adding more of them into your team feels awful. And so personally, I tend to prefer using either Xilonen or Yansan in this slot. So, to reiterate, with Hu Tao, Xianyun is part of her best team tied with another character, but that other character is incredibly versatile, so you'd rather go for that one. With Xiao, Xianyun is part of his best team over the alternatives. And with Gaming, Xianyun is part of his best team, but it has more quality of life issues than the alternatives, which means that in practice, I tend to think that it's worse. And finally, for Veresa, the more I play Veresa, the more I like the flexibility allowed by the Chevreuse teams over the Farina teams. Farina's skill cooldown being 20 seconds is kind of cringe. The swirl on Electro being a bit difficult to get in some situations tends to be annoying as well. when you get staggered on Ian-san after using your burst, you swap it. That means that once you swap to Xianyun, your Electro isn't there anymore, so you don't get your swirl. There's just more issues than with the Chivalrous teams. Now, in my pre-release, I said that in my opinion, the best Verisa team would be Chivalrous, but if you don't have C6 Chivalrous, there wouldn't be much of a difference between the Chivalrous team and this one, with this one potentially being better. After more testing, I think I still prefer the Chivalrous team, even if you don't have C6 Chivalrous, just because quality of life wise it feels better to play. So I don't think too highly of Xianyun in a team like this. That being said, just like with Xiao, you get the upside of having one more character that you can potentially decide to invest Primo Gems into. Xianyun being a character who is a support character that increases your carry's damage with her constellations and her signature, effectively means that for people that want to spend a lot of Primo Gems on one team, you have more potential options for where to spend your Primo Gems. A lot of people have constellations on Farina. If you do have constellations on Farina, a team like this can end up just being better overall. Stuff like that, basically. And I think the last category that's worth mentioning is characters like Yai. I really don't think Xianyun is that valuable for them. Like, she can be used in Yai's teams, but like honestly, they're not Yai's best teams. And even if you want to play, like if you want to on-field Yai because you really like Yai, you want to see her animations, whatever. I think her best teams are still ones that don't use Xianyun. I'd still rather play a Chivalrous team if you want to on-field Yai. Yeah, I guess I haven't mentioned Navia. Navia's another character that can use Xianyun. It's okay. It's one of your options, I suppose. It is what it is. For Navia specifically, I'm a little iffy on Xianyun. Because, like, the main idea behind Xianyun is that it's in a Navia team where you have Navia, another GOO, and Farina. Your best last slot is generally going to be Bennett, but Bennett is a character that is generally in high demand, right? So Xianyun is another alternative you can consider. Now, if you have Xilonen, you don't need a healer on the last slot. But if you don't have Xilonen, that character needs to be a healer. And there's just not that many healers other than Bennett that work well with Navia, which is part of why Xianyun is usable in Navia teams. But, and this is a little bit of leak stuff, so if you want to stay away from leaks, here's your warning. Escoffier is fucking broken as of V1 of beta. And Escoffier will probably be better than Xianyun in this slot for Navia teams. So, yeah. Xilonen won't get the buff with Xianyun. Yeah, I was talking about healer last slot plus healer last slot plus non-healer GO versus Xilonen plus non-healer last slot. Anyways, but yeah, so hopefully that clarifies why I think that Xilonen is why I think Xianyun is a character whose place in the meta is like really, really dependent on which carries you want to play. As a whole, I think she's one of the more skippable characters unless you're specifically playing someone like Diluc, for example. She opens up some options, but the characters with which she works best generally don't need her in their good teams. The plungers, well, obviously already plunge even without her, and recently they've really fucking amped up how strong they make dedicated supports, which unfortunately happened after Xianyun's release and not before. So Xianyun isn't that much better than the generic support on characters that can already plunge without her. Something I've talked about before is that in Xiao's teams, I think that the most replaceable character is Xianyun. Farina's buff is pretty big, and she also has some personal damage. But she needs a healer. But her buff is big enough that, assuming you have a healer, you want to run Farina over Xianyun. But you don't want to run Farina over Farazan. Farazan is the most irreplaceable character in a team like that. And between Farina and Xianyun, I think it's easier to make a healer that competes with Xianyun. I think it's more likely. Versus a buffer that does so much that it justifies not needing a healer for Farina. We'll have to see how that goes, though. Anyways, what's changed since the last banner for Xianyun? I mean, obviously, like I said, Citlali came out, which gave a buff to those Diluc, Fermine, whatever teams. It gave a buff to Gaming teams, obviously. It gave a buff. Oh, that's kind of it. Xilonen came out, which gave you more alternatives for Hu Tao teams. Varesa came out, which is another character that can use Xianyun. And, yeah, that's pretty much it. So I think that's it for the generic stuff. So we can now move on to questions from chat. So as usual, when you ask your questions for an Ask Zajef, make sure you mention me at Zajef77 in your question, so I know which chat messages are questions for the Ask Zajef. Why do you use Ocean Hued Clam for Xianyun sometimes? I mean, I don't, because I don't have a Clam set. But I assume you're asking, why do people use Clam on Xianyun? So, Song of Days Past and Clam are honestly relatively similar in terms of how much they do for your team's DPS. Sometimes Clam is slightly better, sometimes Song of Days Past is slightly better. It kind of depends. But they're always relatively close on a character like Xianyun, so they're both viable. And what that means is that in teams where you don't want VV, either because you won't have good VV uptime, or because you're playing a character that doesn't benefit from VV, like Xiao, like Navia, you can consider using Clam or using Song of Days Past, and they're both pretty similar. Next question. How good are the Diluc teams with Xianyun without C6 Bennett? They're fucking awful. Okay. Diluc's burst is terrible. Using Diluc's burst during your uptime ruins everything. Actually, yeah, I have C6 Bennett, so I can't show it properly, but like, whatever. If you use it, like, after your setup,
Seize the skies. Get to work. You two. Time.
Verdict is
You get like maybe 3 plunges before Bennett buff runs out. I guess technically we could do something like this, like I mentioned earlier.
Make way. Everybody stand. Here. Fulfill our pact. Eat lollied. Eat
Retribution!
So like 3, maybe 4, perhaps some shit like that. Just ain't it. Then there's the fact that Deluxe Burst knocks enemies away. Then there's the fact that against enemies with a big hitbox, Deluxe Burst can apply Pyro more than once and steal your melts. It's dog shit. What if you use Deluxe Burst at the start of your rotation? Well, here I'm gonna not use Bennett Burst. I'm just gonna use E and then pretend like I'm using Burst.
seize the skies. Show no mercy. Suffer the
You get 3 plunges before your infusion runs out. So, either way, whether you do your burst before your setup or after your setup, you end up getting significantly less plunges than if you don't use your burst. Which means if you don't have C6 Bennett, the team DPS goes down by like fucking 50%. Like, it's not just the 15 power damage, it's also the amount of plunges goes down significantly. It's cooked, okay? It's completely cooked. Don't do this shit to yourself. And then there's also going to be the fact that now Deluge also has ER requirements. Good luck with that. Yeah. Next question. If running a Catalyst Plunge, would Vivid Notion or Crane's Echoing Call be a better pull? I suppose it depends on what Catalyst Plunger. Like, if it's a Catalyst character that's actually supposed to be a plunger, like Veresa, obviously, her SIG will be better. But if it's a character that you have to play in the Cope team with Bennett C6, well, I guess you don't need Bennett C6 with Catalyst. But like, if you're doing like Nevidet Plunge, for example, I think Crane's Echoing Call is better because your ER requirements are just too cooked. And Crane's Echoing Call helps so much with that. Plus, in those teams, all 3 Widsith buffs are good. Right? Because you're triggering multiplicative reactions, so the EM buff is great. The attack buff is obviously good. The damage buff is good. Right? Yeah, because Nevilet's plunge attack scales with attack, not HP. That's right. Anyways, so there's also the fact that like Widsith isn't even that much worse because of that. But yeah, so I'd probably go Crane's Echoing Call in those teams over Veresa's Sig. But it's probably not that big of a difference. Alright, next question. Do you think there will be a better version of Xianyun soon? I don't think there's going to be a plunge-focused character that's better than Xianyun, but there very well might be healers that buff plunge teams more than Xianyun does. I could very well see that. Because the amount of buffing that Xianyun gives is not that much more than generic supports. And so, unless you need her to be able to plunge, she has a lot of competition in her teams, basically. Next question. How does her C2 affect the best in slot teams she's in? Would Bennett / Yansan be replaced because it's too much attack? No, you pretty much never replace Bennett and or Yansan in teams where you use them. Obviously, Xianyun C2 is pretty good, right? Effectively, it like slightly more than doubles the amount of damage you get from her plunge buff. It goes from 200 to 400 motion value, and she gets 20% more attack, which ends up being like about 5% more total attack, maybe a little more, right? Because it's 20% of her base attack. So it's like maybe around times 2.1, 2.2 on the amount of damage you get from her buff. That's going to be obviously more impactful on characters that get less total attack or characters that have lower plunge multipliers. I think one interesting thing for Xiao, if you have C2 Xianyun, the new set is a much bigger buff than if you don't. Because you get all the damage percent buff from the new set on Xianyun's damage as well, right? Like her plunge buff is multiplied by your damage percent, but it's not multiplied by your attack. So the difference between new set and Vermilion is bigger if you have C2 Xianyun. Does Nick have C2 Xianyun? Like, he probably has it, but does he have it? Does he have it activated? I don't actually know. No, he doesn't. Damn. Okay. Dilbur calls himself #1 Chow. I can't. Anyway, sorry. But yeah, for characters like Diluc or Gaming, right, characters that are doing multiplicative reactions with Xianyun, they usually run EM Sands. So they get a bit more value from Xianyun. And then there's also the fact that you generally can't run TTDS Xianyun in their teams because the TTDS is on Seat Lolly, and you can't really swap from Xianyun to them. If you're looking at a Varesa team, if you don't have Sig, Xianyun's best weapon is generally going to be TTDS, which means the gap between C0 and C2 is smaller. Because either you're not running TTDS anymore at C2, in which case, well, if TTDS was better at C0, that means that it's somewhere in between C0 without TTDS and C2 without TTDS. So the gap will be smaller than in teams where you can't run TTDS. Yeah, I forgot what even was the question again. I got distracted. Oopsie. Oh yeah, if you can end up with too much attack with C2. Yeah. Unfortunately, in the Xianyun teams, you pretty much. I can't think of a Xianyun team where Bennett or Eon-san or whatever attack buffer you have is like relatively close to a character that doesn't buff attack in terms of how good the team is. And so I don't think C2 Xianyun ever really changes the teams you play. Because even if you get a little bit more saturated in attack and pseudo-attack buffs, it's still going to be better than the alternatives because the alternatives are just too much worse. You'll still want to run Bennett or Eon-san or whatever. Next question. Thoughts on her overworld performance after Natlan unit? Yeah, Natlan was... Okay, unironically, alright, I complain about Maoika power creep, but... The biggest power... The thing that's been power creep the most is exploration. It's insane just how much better Natlan units are at exploration versus non-Natlan units. Even outside of Natlan. Unironically, Maoika is probably the worst Natlan character when it comes to exploration. She can do a bunch of different exploration things, but she sucks at all of them. The only thing she's good at is, like, moving fast with a fucking triple jump spam. But, like, going across water with Maoika sucks. Going across the air with Maoika sucks. Climbing things with Maoika sucks. But yeah, when it comes to vertical movement, Xianyun compared to Xilonen is awful. And when it comes to horizontal movement, Xianyun compared to Chaska is awful. And Veresa. So yeah, exploration with Xianyun has been omega power crap. In Chenyu Vale, you'd rather use Xilonen than Xianyun, and it's not even close. But yeah. Next question! Assuming you're deranged enough to on-field Xianyun on a damage build, is the new plunge set the best option? No. If you're on-fielding Xianyun, it means you're playing a plunge team that doesn't have... Where the fuck is... Alright, she's just here. It means you're playing a plunge team that isn't required to run Zilali. Which means you're running... Farina, most likely. And if you're running Farina, it means you can use Magachose. So, how does Magachose compare to the new plunge set? I mean, maybe the new plunge set is, like, slightly better in some situations. It might be, actually. Do I have to calc it? Can I just say it's probably about as good and leave it at that? I hate you guys. I'll calc it. Fine. What weapon are we looking at? Okay, I don't think there's anyone who is unhinged enough to play Xianyun as a carry, but not unhinged enough to pull a signature weapon for them. So I'm gonna assume you have vivid notions. I think the overlap between people who play Xianyun carry and people who don't have a 5-star weapon for her is non-existent. Damage percent, grid value, grid multiplier, effective attack, motion value, damage. Okay. Let's close a bunch of shit. So. I guess you would probably crown shit. And it matters for her because some of her motion value is independent of talent levels. Anyways. Okay, so. Base attack. 335 plus 674. We just do 8 plunges, right? You probably E before burst, too. So you can do E plus 8 plunges instead of E plus 7 plunges. Xianyun's lenses says yes. I'm assuming you're a Xianyun main, and you're saying this from experience. So, Star Wicker damage happens on each plunge, okay. So, whatever. Let's start with her stat line. So, she doesn't gain any stats other than this crit. She gets 28 attack percent from weapon. We'll be on attack sands. And that's it for, yeah. 20% substats. TOM for Rina. Cinder City Farazan, maybe? Noblesse Farazan. Over Cinder City, probably. No, because you... Would you go Eon San? Or Bennett? I guess you could do both. Like, you could do either, I mean. This is a team where you can't proc Cinder City on Eon San. So it's probably Bennett. But C6 Eon San might be slightly better. It'll be close enough, though. I think we'll do Bennett. TOM Farina, Cinder City Farazan, Noblesse Bennett. And 28 from the weapon. Flat attack, 350. Again, if you're an unhinged Xianyun main, I feel like you probably have a 674 base attack weapon for Bennett. Oh, right, she ascends attack. You're right. 28.8% attack. Total attack. Damage percent. We get circlet. Goblet. I don't know why I said circlet. For now, let's look at Maréchal C. So no damage percent from that. No damage percent from weapon. Farazan, 38.3, I think. Farina, average on Farina will be like 250. Probably. Is that it? Cinder City, right? And that is it. Crit value. 62, or okay. We start at 60. 62.2 from main stat. 20 substat rolls. 40-ish average from this. No, it's gonna be a bit less than 40 average.
The secrets of the
35 average.
profound to convey in a few
44.1 from weapon substat. And Maréchal C. And her passive. Single target is 8%. Why is it in percentage? Whatever. Motion value. I guess I don't even need to do this, but whatever. Might as well. Motion value. So each plunge is 281. You get 8. Each Xianyun buff is 200. You get 8. The skill is 607. 0.7 and 44.64. Collision plunges, we can probably assume about 5. Burst, 194.4. And burst coordinated attack, 70.6 times 8. Okay. So this is maréchaussée. Let's take a look at new set. Your first plunge will have 2 stacks? No. 3 stacks? Then 4, then 5. Do you fold back to 4? Probably. There's probably 3, 4, 5, 4. And then 5, 5, 5, 5. Let's say 4 stacks average total, because some of your damage also isn't plunge damage. Actually, probably more like... Let's do 80% average damage from... No, it's probably less than that. 75-ish average, I think. Because each plunge has 70 motion value that is not plunge damage. Would your skill count? Use 3 times instantly stacks? No, there's a 1-second cooldown on stack generation per type of thing that generates stacks. So you'll only get 1 stack from skill. Yeah, let's say about 75 damage percent. Seems worse. We could do it a little bit more thoroughly. We might as well. Damage percent plunge and damage percent non-plunge. Then motion value, plunge, effective attack, plunge. The attack, non-plunge, motion value, non-plunge, damage. Now some of these times these. Times 190 plus 390 times 1.1. B6 becomes B7. This goes here. I'm not adding the 44, like, I don't care, man. Fucking close enough. Am I an idiot? I am. Wait, I'm not? What's going on? Oh, yeah. So, this is like this, most likely, yeah. But yeah, so it seems like it's a little bit worse than maréchaussée. Right? Unlike Xiao, Xianyun has some... Or, Xianyun seems to have a little bit more non-plunge damage than Xiao does. From the Star Wickers. I hate you guys. Vermilion is probably gonna average, like... Alright, it caps out at, what? 66, right? But your skill doesn't get vermillioned, and the start of your plunges is only part vermillioned. So it's like maybe 55-ish average. Is it really that much worse? There's no shot, right? Xianyun skill does hit opponents though, so it happens before using elemental burst. Does not, but it does. It does 44% motion value, which is basically no damage, but it does hit. You QE? I don't think you do. Because if you QE, that means you can only do 7 plunges. I don't think that's better than EQ. Because I think you have enough time to do 8 plunges plus E. So I'm pretty sure you're better off doing EQ than QE. Is the plunge attack that hits? No. The plunge attack also hits. But the E hits too. The fuck does the fuck do you think this damage is? It doesn't do it the second E, but like, where do you think that number's coming from? It doesn't apply Animo, so you can't use it to swirl, but it is a hit. So for stuff that requires you to hit to trigger, it works. Anyways, is it really that much worse? I feel like it shouldn't be. Yeah, sorry. Oopsie. Yeah, I don't know, man. It seems... I'd still go Maréchal Say. I guess the new set is competitive, though. Potentially better, but not significantly so. It's a much smaller difference than with Xiao. Why is it so much... Why is Vermilion so much worse, though? That's what I don't understand. Vermilion shouldn't be this much worse. Why is it so much worse? Oh, it's because we're using Bennett. Right, I forget. I forgot. Alright, you get to use Bennett here. I'm corned. Okay, what about C6 Yansan? I'm very curious. You get the same artifact sets on C6 Yansan. You get 30% more attack. But 8 to 10 flat attack. But also 25 damage percent. Oh, it is better. Okay. It's pretty goated. Who has C6 Yansan though, except for Wells? I do. I do. Me. You asked. Okay, that's on you. That's 100% on you. You're the one who asked. No one forced you to ask. Yeah. The only real question here is, that's cool and all, but is it better than using Escoffier? Probably not. But it is what it is. Let's forget Escoffier exists for a second here. Alright. I think that does it for that question. Next question! How does Xianyun compare to Lanyan? I mean, I feel like they generally aren't really played on the same teams. Like, you don't really want to play Lanyan instead of Xianyun like a Hu Tao team. You can, but it's not, like... He doesn't heal, so it doesn't enable Farina. You don't really want to play Lanyan in like a Gaming team, because you already have a shielder if you have Seed Lolly. And you'd rather, if you want to play VV, you'd rather do something else. But if you don't use Xianyun, I'd generally use Double Cryo or Shilunin or Yeonsan over VV for sure. In Xiao teams, again, right, Lanyan doesn't enable Farina. In Veracity is again, Lanyan doesn't enable, like, they just generally aren't really considered in the same teams. Next question. Is C0 DPS Xianyun much worse than C0 Wanderer? Assuming you have the units for their best Thieves and 4-star weapons, or Atlas or Lost Prayer. Next question. Listen, okay, I get it, alright? You want me to fucking slander Wanderer, okay? And like, I empathize with that desire. But let's not make this about him. As a serious answer, it won't be better than Wanderer. But it also won't be that much worse. Unfortunately. Investment priority. I saw that yours is 90 out of 90, but 666. So, the main reason why she's 666 is because I didn't have a lot of whale mats when she came out. And ever since then, I've had Mora issues. The thing is, leveling her talents does not move Cam to show your Mora, yeah. Right now, I can't level my Veresa talents because I don't have enough Mora. Aware. Anyways. Talent levels on Xianyun do not increase her buff. Her buff is from an Ascension passive, and it's 200 that cannot get increased, right? Because you can't level this. What does increase when you level her talents? Her plunge attack damage if you use her as a carry, the damage of her skill, and the damage of her burst and the healing of it. Talent priority for her, I'd say the only talent that really matters is the burst, because you build Xianyun with full attack in her stats, so she generally doesn't get that much crit, which means her personal damage isn't that good pretty much no matter what. So the skill talent levels don't really matter. Skill talent level, or the normal attack talent levels are useless unless you're playing her as a carry. Technically, if you do N1 to swirl in like Gaming teams, it's a little bit can't wait to get 4.1% motion value in my whole rotation. Amazing. Obviously, not particularly significant. But the burst talent increase her healing, and her healing is gonna give you fanfare if you're using her with Farina. Which is good. That's good. That's bomb. So it's her only talent that actually really matters, generally. But it's not so important that you need to level it all the way to 10, right? It's not... The burst itself doesn't actually buff you. So if it's doing 95% of what it's supposed to be doing, it's good enough, you know? So I don't have a strong desire to level it much past 6. Next question. Is 4P's Noblesse better than 4P's Clam and Chow teams? No. They're similar, okay? The reality is that in Chow teams, if you're doing Chow, Farazan, Farina, Xianyun, there's like a 5% difference between the worst possible artifact setups for all your stuff versus the best one. It's really not that big of a difference as long as you're using actual good artifacts. Right? Like, Farazan can use TOM, Cinder City, Golden Troop, VV, Noblesse. Xianyun can use Noblesse, VV, Clam, Song of Days Past, Cinder City. And Farina can use TOM, Golden Troop. And the worst possible combination, I guess, would probably be VV, Golden Troop? Maybe? Let's open the sim, see how it compares to the one that's simmed. So, Xiao, Farazan, Farina, Xianyun. So we're at 71.2k with this specific artifact setup. If instead we go VV. Wait, no, I don't want Farina on VV. Oopsie. Yeah. It's less than a 10% difference if you do the worst possible combination. No one will ever do double VV though, so the worst realistic combination is like about 5% behind the best one. It's really not that big of a difference, honestly. Oh, that's double TOM. Oopsie. Anyways. Always take GZ sim numbers with a grain of salt because there's a bunch of factors that can go into these things. But when it comes to comparing things with all else being equal, if you have one sim looking at one set of artifact versus another, it can be a very useful resource. Anyways. Next question. Is Bennett significantly better for Wanderer than Xianyun? Yes. What? Obviously. What? Yes. Don't use Xianyun with Wanderer. Don't do that to yourself. I understand why you're asking. Like, basically you're asking, if I do, you know, Xianyun, Farazan, Farina, is that better in, like, plunge spam Wanderer versus Wanderer's actual teams? And the answer to that is no, it's not better, right? When you're looking at Xiao, Xiao is a character that's designed around plunges. When you're looking at Lynette, you have to remember that Lynette does damage outside of her plunges when you're playing her in that team. Her skill does damage, her burst does damage over time. Same if you use someone like Sucrose or whatever. Which means that Wanderer will be outright worse than those characters in a team like that. Because all of his damage, if you are spamming plunges on him, is from the plunges. And I guess from the burst, if you want to burst. But you don't get any skill damage, right? Because his skill doesn't do anything in a team like this. You don't even use it. Like, using a Wanderer in a team like that will be worse than using carry Xianyun. Because looking at Wanderer's plunge multipliers, right? On level 10, it's the same as Xianyun. Except, well, you get one less support. The motion value is the same, but you don't get a Bennett or a Neon Sun anymore. So obviously it'll be a lot worse. If you want to play Wanderer, don't play him in plunge teams. Play him in his actual teams. Why do people keep asking questions about Wanderer? Anyways, whatever. Let's move on. Next question. How problematic is Shatter in Mel Xianyun teams? It's a big problem. Do not ever play a freeze melt Xianyun team. Don't play Zitlali Farina in your Gumming team. Don't do that to yourself. It's bad. Your plunge can react on frozen enemies, but only if there's an underlying aura with the frozen, right? Just frozen, blunt attacks, so attacks that can trigger Shatter, will trigger Shatter before it checks for reactions, which means you trigger Shatter, and then you apply Pyro on an enemy that has no aura. If you apply Cryo on a frozen enemy, it'll have an underlying Cryo aura, so you'll Shatter, and then it checks for aura, and there's still a Cryo there, so you can melt. But that's going to be dependent on when exactly your applications are happening, and it's going to be really inconsistent. In my experience, you tend to lose more than half of your reactions. Don't do that to yourself, basically. Next question. Can I play Zitlali plus Farina Plunge with Klee or Eon Fei? Yeah, you can. Wait, no. Wait, are Catalyst blunt attacks not... Am I an idiot? Are they not blunt? Wait, I'm gonna be honest, I don't actually know. I should check. I'm curious now. Bran! Thank you for the raid! Wait, that was bad order. We don't talk about that, it's fine. No one talks. You didn't see that, shut up. It seems like we're not chattering. Is this better than running Eon San? No. But... I guess you can. Maybe it is better than running Eon San. I don't know. Bennett's probably still better, though. Because Bennett can get you better VV uptime. Oh well. Anyways, how was your stream, Brad? How do you do? Didn't know the beard is back already? Yeah. My beard grows really fast. I've already trimmed it a few times since I shaved. I'm recording a video right now, but I don't mind taking a little break to welcome the raiders. Alright, thank you for the raid, Brian. Have a good dinner. Okay. Just because I said I didn't mind pausing recording doesn't mean you should make me do fucking exercises. Frick you. Bro only works biceps? On stream, I'm mostly, yeah. Because I do burpees as part of my daily routine. Which means that the muscle groups I need to work are mostly biceps. Burpees involve so many fucking muscles, man. Anyways, I think we can get back to recording. Canada does gym stuff in metric, not the cringe system. No, they do the cringe system for gym stuff. Sorry. That's kind of embarrassing, I know. What cringe system? We use pounds instead of kilograms for gym weights. How do Xianyun cons compare in value to cons and weapons for other 5 stars like Xiao? Xiao, Hu Tao, Verisa, Farina, Seat Lali, Elegy, Key, Freedom Sworn. Think of it this way, alright? Xianyun C1 is fucking cooked. Getting one more charge for your skill is nice for your energy. However, her skill cooldown is 12 seconds, which means unless your rotations are 24 seconds, you'll get 2 skills on your first rotation, but not on your second one. So it's not actually that good for her ER requirements. So it's mainly just the C2 that's significant, right? And her C2 adds 200 motion value to her Ascension passive, right? If you look at a character like Xiao, relatively high base attack, get some attack buffs from the team. His total attack won't be that much lower than Xianyun's. His plunge motion value is 404. And then with half uptime, it's basically around 500 motion value on each plunge. And if he has about the same attack as Xianyun, Xianyun's plus 200 makes it around 700. Another plus 200 brings it to 900, right? There's like about 28% more damage. But its damage that only applies in single target. If Xianyun has more attack than Xiao, then it'll be the equivalent, like, let's say 250 instead of 200. So it'll be like around a little bit more than 30, upwards of like 35. If you're playing a character that ends up with a really small amount of attack, and you get Xianyun Sig, maybe it's the equivalent of like 350 instead. That's upwards of like 40-ish% more damage. But again, it's only in single target. So it hovers generally somewhere between 25 and 40% more damage, which is, when compared to other 5-star pulls to improve teams, generally it among the stronger sides. We also have to understand that the C1 is pretty worthless, so it's not one constellation, it's 2 constellations, right? And even at its best, when it's like closer to 40, 2 constellations for a 40% damage increase tends to be a bit worse than average. Or maybe not worse than average, but it's not among the stronger side. Like, the stuff that's on the stronger side, like a good C1, generally hovers between 20 and 30%. That's generally what a good R1 is at as well these days. So it generally won't be better than getting your characters good early constellations. But if you already have the good early constellations and it's a character that has bad late constellations, or if you're playing a character that has bad constellations overall, like Xiao, or if it's that versus the signature, but you have a good 5-star stat stick to compare it with, then it can end up being your most valuable thing. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Next question. In Yai Plunge with Xianyun / Nahida, is there a high constellated Eon Sun or high constellated Fischl? What's more DPS? Probably Fischl. Those teams are just not that good. Alright, like you need to understand that in aggravate teams, the reason aggravate teams are good is because Fischl is really good. Fischl is doing about as much damage as your carry. So unless Veresa's doubling your damage, which she's not, she won't compete. Actually, Fischl does about as much damage as your carry when you have a good carry. With Yai, she's probably doing more damage than your carry. Wait, are there Yai Plunge sims? I'm actually curious. I'll take a look. There are. That's crazy. Yeah, Yai Plunge, it seems like you're better off doing Farina Shilonen over Nahida something. Wait, maybe not. Alright. Yeah, so Farina seems to be somewhat competitive with Fischl because you gain some hyper blooms. Plus Farina's just pretty good. Yeah. So Okay, Yai is doing a bit more than Fischl, but if we take out the damage that's caused by Xianyun Ascension passive... Oh, can we take it out? Well, maybe not. It might not be separated here. Fuck. No! I don't think it's separated. Damn. Tragedy. Actually, we can check how much it is by making Yai's attack or making Xianyun's attack 0. How much attack does she have? 3191. Attack minus 3191. The 7k DPS coming from Xianyun's Ascension passive. Okay, so yeah, Yai does about as much as Fischl without the Xianyun Ascension passive. Okay, cool. Anyways, let's we can actually take a look if we remove whatever we added to Xianyun. If we make Fischl level 1 and we make her attack 1768. Right? Her damage should be pretty much gone. Minus 2%. Okay, something's wrong here. I think I reduced it by too much. Oh, it's because she has less attack if her level is lower, obviously. Minus 3 attack. Okay, that's fine. It's close enough to 0. Whatever. And then we add Yonsan's buffs to Yai's stats. So attack equal 810. Attack percent equal 30. Electro percent equal 65%. No, 0.65. I think I forgot a decimal somewhere. Yep. Yep. It's not that much worse, actually. Interesting. Maybe... Maybe it's a bit better than I gave it credit for, then. I suppose it is. Yeah, alright. I will revise my statement. I think it's probably about as good as using Fischl if you have C6 Yonsan. Alright, next question! How real is Xianyun with Chongyun / Candace? Like playing them as carries. It's not good, but you can do it if you really want. The unfortunate reality is that if you're playing those characters, you will have better results playing them with Bennett C6, Xianyun Sitlali than using their abilities. That's the unfortunate reality of them. Aware. Alright, next question. I'm a Diluc main. Should I pull Xinyan? I assume you mean Xianyun. Over Shilonen? That's on the next banner? Yes. Without a doubt. Okay. So, like, kind of GZ Sim Scam stuff with this goes upwards of like 85k. What's the highest non-Xianyun team? 60k. And half of that damage is coming from Fischl, probably. Around 60k. God, these abominations make me angry. Oh, I hate them so much. Anyways. But yeah, just... Diluc's teams are significantly better with Xianyun than they are with, without. Help me be more positive about Escoffier. Give me ideas other than Chongyun that are fun. You can ask again once I'm done recording the Xianyun Ask Zajef. But honestly, I'll answer you right now. You won't be positive about her kit. She's fucking cringe. Sorry. So next question. What's the best Xianyun Pyro plunge team? Gaming, by far. If I'm playing Bennett Melt Plunge carry using his C6 infusion, is Yeonsan the best 4th slot? No. The biggest upside to using Bennett carry is that he has things that are worth doing other than the plunges when you're playing him in plunge teams. Bennett carry is pretty much the only reaction plunge team that does not want to use Seed Lolly. You want to use double Hydro and do E into plunge spam. Farina by herself isn't enough to do E's and plunges, so you do double Hydro with Yelan or Singto. It's a pretty good team. I'd say it's fairly similar to Gaming's vape teams, but it's worse than Gaming's melt teams. Yeah, plunge carry is basically... It functions pretty much the same way Hu Tao carry does with Xianyun. Right? Hu Tao is charges and plunges. Bennett is kills and plunges. Demanding a Bennett carry showcase. I don't want to gear though. I'm too lazy to gear. But I can show you what the rotation is like without gearing. Just don't be surprised when the damage is dog shit, okay? Fuck you. I'll gear. I might as well gear to show you guys. Is I'll use umbrella. Where there it is. I guess I don't have a great feather. This will have to do, I suppose. Should have any M sands, right? Maybe yeah, I do. And I shouldn't have Xianyun VV in this team, but I can't be bothered re-gearing, so this will have to do. Then Yelan. I don't have enough ER with us, so let's give Fav. We won't L-edge, but it's fine. Then this, we can probably get away with festering. We have enough energy gen. Probably don't need Fav. We could. It's probably better to go like slingshot with ER sands, but whatever. Wonder if HP better than burst damage. Yeah, whatever. Who cares? Who cares?
Make way. Things are about to get dicey. Busted. Everybody stand back. Let's light it up. Let's light it up. Time to shine. Show a new thing. Strike cloud converge. Game's up. Fun's over. I'm going in.
Oh, fuck you. Whatever, it's fine.
That's gonna hurt in the morning.
That's kind of bad. Don't you dare. Oh no. This is not it. Whatever. Yeah, it's like it's a pretty decent team. Not fucking 2025 potentially. It's not Maoiga, you know. It ain't Maoiga, but it's pretty good. Anyways, next question. Closer to Ayato Trail. Gaming C0 or Diluc C6? What's stronger for plunge teams? I'm not entirely sure. Like, Diluc's constellations past C1 don't matter for him, right? Because C1 Diluc in plunge teams versus C6 Diluc in non-plunge teams, you'd rather have C1 Diluc in plunge teams, and Diluc's constellations past C1 don't help as plunge teams. I guess his C2 can help if you get hit, but like, whatever. So it's basically just what's better between Diluc and C0 Gaming. They're pretty similar, honestly. Gaming's multipliers are a bit worse, but in exchange, his plunges generate energy. They're fairly similar to one another. nice upside that Gumming has over Diluc is that if you don't have C6 Bennett, it doesn't feel like complete dog shit. Anyways, next question. How good is she in Klee teams? She's okay. She works. The thing is, Klee already has some, like, decent combos. And her burst prevents you from being able to consistently get reactions on your plunges if you add plunges to the combos. Unless you don't burst, which, like, at that point, why are you playing Klee? Anyways, next question. Is Linny Monopyro physical plunge real? Never say... those words shouldn't be strung together in a sentence in that way, ever. Okay? Like, yeah. Woohoo. He gets 100% damage percent from this. It's still ass. It's still complete ass. Don't do this. Even I wouldn't do that, says Saluna. Okay. That's how you know it's complete buffoonery. Alright. Next question. How much of an upgrade is Xianyun over Jean in Hu Tao Farina vape teams? A pretty significant one. For sure. One of the often forgotten about parts of Xianyun in Hu Tao teams is that you're invulnerable to knockback throughout your plunge animations. And on characters that consume stamina, being able to time a plunge right as you're about to get hit to prevent incoming knockbacks from attacks that you don't want to waste like stamina dodging is nice. Also, Hu Tao's charge attacks are slower if you're doing plunges than if you're not, which means you do less total charge attacks, right? You're trading some charge attacks for plunge attacks, which means you're using less stamina in each rotation. So there's two different ways in which Xianyun makes Hu Tao's quality of life better than other healers in her Farina teams. Now, between getting Hu Tao's C1 versus getting Xianyun, right? Hu Tao C1 with Jean versus Hu Tao C0 with Xianyun, they're very similar. Depends on what you want more. If you're considering getting Shilona in the future, though, obviously C1 will be a lot better. Anyways, next question. Would you say that Xianyun is a great pull if you want more options for your teams to carry units like Firmine or Xianyun? Okay, so the one thing I haven't mentioned yet when it comes to carries like Diluc, like Firmine, like whatever, right? That are kind of not good, but Xianyun gives them a team where they can actually clear stuff. Is we are getting some pretty severe power creep right now, and the leaks for the upcoming 5.6 character Escoffier, she's fucking really powerful as a V1 of beta. So unless she gets like pretty severely nerfed, it's kind of a scary sign. Escoffier is a character who, like TLDR, is kind of a mix between Chevreuse and Emilie, right? She's a character who does a lot more for you in teams that only have two elements, Cryo and Hydro. But also has a good amount of personal damage. She also has healing, but that's not the part that matters right now. The thing is, her buff is like really big. It's 55% shred, but her damage is also really good. It's a similar amount of damage to what a character like Emilie or Farina is doing. What that means is that a character like Fremine is probably gonna have their best team be Escoffier, Yelan, Farina over Xianyun. Bennett Farina. Because just from the fact that he's Cryo, you could play a 3-unit team with Escoffier, Yelan, Farina, never swap the Fremine at all, and it's probably still more DPS than Plunge Fremine with the Pyro Infusion from Bennett C6. So, yeah. It's kind of cooked, man. And if things continue going like this, if we keep getting characters like Escoffier that are just not balanced, then it'll start being the case for all the carries, not just, like, all the bad carries, not just Femine. Like, we might get a fucking character in the future that is supposed to be played in Burning that makes it so a Burning Diluc team is better than a Xianyun Diluc team. Just by virtue of how broken they are. Oh well. Anyways, next question. Can I run Xianyun and Hyperbloom? Like Nahida, Kokomi, Lisa, Xianyun. You can, but it's not great. It's something you can do. It works. There's no particular synergy there, though. I would generally say that it's kind of a bad idea unless you're using Farina. Because at least if you're using Farina in a Quick Bloom team, you can actually get value out of the fact that Xianyun is a healer. If you're not using Farina, there's very little reason to consider her. Anyways, next question. Did we check the YouTube community post? I guess I can go through it quickly. In Shell Premium, can your Farina ever be built well enough where VV support for her is more important than Noblesse or Song of Days Past for Xiao? She probably can. But only if your artifact quality on Farina is much better than on Xiao, I think. But like I said earlier, the gap is just not that big anyway, so it doesn't matter that much. What are her best sets in Gumming and Veresa teams? I've talked about Gumming teams. Let's talk about Veresa teams. Veresa teams, you want to use VV. Because you can get VV with pretty much 100% uptime. A very nice advantage of Veresa teams is that you can swap directly from an Electro character to Xianyun to Veresa. Technically, it'll be a bit less than 100% if you do a full 5 plunge rotation, like 5 skill rotation on Veresa. Let me show you. Where's Yansan? So yeah, so your setup on a team like this, right, is you start with Farina EQ, then Yansan EQ, then Xianyun normal attack, which happens at 53 EQ. Then you go to Veresa, and VV lasts for 10 seconds, so your VV is going to last until 43. So VV expires right about now. So you want to get exactly 100% uptime in something like this. But you can swap back into Xianyun to refresh the VV if you want. You don't lose anything swapping out of Veresa. All of your buffs stay through swaps in a team like this. But even if you don't go refresh it, VV's still better. VV's just too good. The rotations I've been liking in a team like this generally add a little bit of normal plunge without skill here. What the fuck just... Okay. My jump input wasn't registered properly. My bad. Skill issue, I guess. But yeah. This is the rotation I tend to like. So... you start with the enhanced plunge. Then normal skill plunge. Enhanced plunge. Jump plunge twice. Enhanced plunge again. And then swap out, pretty much. And you can go and refresh the VV at any point. In that rotation. Because you have a little bit of wiggle room for Farina cooldown. And that means that for your first rotation, right? You swap into Veresa with the enhanced plunge. Like with the enhanced E ready. From starting with E. But you don't need to do an additional E at the end of your rotation. Which can fuck over your cooldown for the second rotation. From the fact that you're doing jump plunge twice instead of E charge plunge. Something like this, pretty much, for your rotation. You can probably swap... It's probably ideal to swap back to Xianyun a little earlier if you want to have full EV uptime. Probably something like this. Why I should not have E'd. Why did I E like an idiot? My bad! Something like this. If you have the energy to do a Q there, you can do it, but you don't need to do it. Wait, did I fuck something up? Right, you're not supposed to do the fucking additional enhanced. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Wait a second. Can you do 3? You can do 3, right? If you do this? Yeah, you can do 3. Maybe that's what you should do. I don't fucking know, man. There's just so much flexibility in Varesa rotations, especially once you get the added option of doing a plunge without a skill from Xianyun. And there's such little difference between all the different combos you can do. I feel like it's so situation dependent. Like, even in something like this, we end up being done with our rotation before we need to be. Wait, am I an idiot? I am an idiot. Because I'm not using all my E's here. Right, okay, I remember what you're supposed to do. Okay, forget everything I said so far. And don't forget everything, but this is what the rotation is supposed to be. Alright, so you... Enhanced. Normal. Enhanced. Refresh VV. Jump lunge twice. Enhanced. Normal. There we go. That's what it's fucking supposed to be, man. Enhanced. Normal. Enhanced. Refresh VV. Jump lunge twice. Enhanced. Normal. Energy's cooked because of this fucking loser. You little shit. Varesa auto-targeting lol W. Anyways. But yeah, you get full VV uptime in these teams, so you should go VV. As a general rule, if you get full VV uptime, VV is significantly better than your alternatives. Nice thing about this team is you also get TTDS with almost full uptime, because Farina locks you behind 20-second rotations because of her skill cooldown, which means that you will always proc your TTDS every rotation, and Varesa's uptime is about 10 seconds. So you'll have about full uptime on it, which is nice. You end up getting more instances of plunge damage than 8 though, so one or more of your plunges will not be buffed by Xianyun. That's something to keep in mind, I suppose. something I want to check. Because if you do the normal stuff, the E generates particles, but then the special E doesn't. Is it because the special E can't, or is it because you can only generate once per? Like, what if your E does not generate particles? Does your special E generate particles now? No. Okay. Tragic. Okay, I just wanted to double check that. Anyways. Next question! Is there any benefit to leveling Xianyun past 70? Because it seems her A4 kind of just does everything. Well, her A4 based on her buffs based on her own attack. So leveling her past 70 means more base attack. But more importantly, she has an attack percent ascension. So it's not just more base attack, it's also more attack through the ascension passive. Or the ascension stat, rather. Next question. Oh yeah, I wanted to check more of these questions on here. What's stronger between a Hu Tao team where you use Citlali and forego her charge attack, or a typical Hu Tao plunge team? A typical Hu Tao plunge team. Do not play Hu Tao Citlali. Don't do this to yourself. Not using Hu Tao's charge attacks is very stupid. Hu Tao plunge is good not because she has a great plunge attack, but because her base combos already include jump cancels. Which means that what's effectively happening is you're losing like 2 to 3 charge attacks for 5 to 6 plunge attacks. But her plunge attacks aren't great. So you don't want to use her with Citlali. Do Xianyun's additional animal hits after you plunge do anything for you, or how do you utilize it? As far as I'm concerned, it keeps the enemy hover in the air so your plunges miss. It does do something for you, but it also does something against you. So let me show what it does. The main thing that it does is every couple hits, it swirls, right? You get a Hydro Swirl, which against an enemy like this means that you lose your aura. Because the plunge doesn't wipe the aura, but the plunge plus the swirl does. And so here, in single target, it fucks you over. In AoE, however, it helps you keep your Hydro Aura on multiple enemies. I don't know if the editors are going to have the patience to go through old VODs, but I showed it in a previous Abyss, the swirl buff Abyss, where you had 22 enemies with like the Hilly Churls and the Meta Churls in that chamber, in Chamber 2. In a chamber like that, with Hu Tao, you pretty much do just forego your charge attack, like I said you shouldn't do, but because your charge attack AoE is pretty ass, but your plunge attack AoE is decent, and with Xianyun, your Hydro application in AoE from that coordinated attack on plunges becomes much better. And you can actually use it to sustain Hydro Auras on multiple enemies, even though most of your Hydro application is single target in these double Hydro teams. That's the main thing it helps. That's the main thing it helps for. Other than that, it's generally more annoying than helpful, yeah. I don't think there's any other questions that are all that important to answer here. Who is the worst plunger in the game that isn't a bow? That's an interesting question, actually. So every melee character can be played in Bennett Xianyun Ask. So it's probably not any of it's let's take a look at the catalysts. In order for a catalyst to be the worst, or in order for a character to be the worst in those in plunge teams with Xianyun, you would ideally want a character who can't use their skill and burst properly. So if we filter by catalysts, Ning has a pretty good skill in burst, right? The worst part of her kit is her normal and charge attacks, and so the plunges give her a better thing to do while you're on fielding her. So it's probably not Ning. Although Hydro and Pyro one can trigger multiplicative reactions, so it's probably not them either.
So heavy.
The Electro ones can get carried by Fischl in aggravate teams, so it's probably not them either. The Animo ones have access to Farazan, which is kind of goated. Is it Baiju? It might be Baiju. Actually, no. Because you could do Xianyun, Farina, right on Hyper Bloom Baiju. Which is probably still decent. Fuck. Then... what about the multiplicative ones? The Hydra ones can trigger forward reactions, which is great. The Pyro ones can do either forward or reverse, and they have access to great units that enable stuff like Sidlali and Farina. The Cryo ones are forced to go reverse and don't have access to Farina or Sidlali. So you probably end up playing them with like Xiangling. Probably Xiangling over Mawika. So maybe Charlotte is worse than Baiju. I'm not sure between Melt Plunge Charlotte and Hyper Blue Plunge Baiju, which is worse. This is a very interesting question, honestly. Isn't the fact that Kokomi can't crit worse? You might be right, actually. That's a good point. Does her passive buff... yeah, her passive doesn't buff her plunge attack. So maybe it's Kokomi. It's probably Kokomi, actually. You're right. But is it? Is it, though? Because Kokomi reduces Farina's ER requirements. And you can do double Hydro, or you can do triple Hydro. Like, you can do mono Hydro with, like, Farina Yelan and, like, N1JP spam Kokomi. And it's probably better than Charlotte. Fuck, I don't know, man. I don't know. And like, let's be fucking honest. Actually, no, never mind. Yeah, I don't know. I think Mizuki's worse. Is she? Her base stats are worse than Wanderer, but her burst is better for these teams, for these plunge teams. But she's definitely also somewhere in the running, that's for sure. Wait, actually, I need to check something. Does Wanderer get the stat buff if he EEs? There's no duration stated here, so probably not, right? The buffs probably just expire when he goes out of his state. Yeah, damn. Crazy. That's unfortunate. Anyway, I mean, it's an interesting question, but it's not one that matters that much. Ning doesn't do any reactions, so she's probably worse than Kokomi? No, because Ning's skill and burst are actually pretty good. The thing that makes Ning a relatively bad unit is that she doesn't have good normal and charge attacks. And Plunge Ning has a good thing to do between skill cooldowns. Anyways, next question. TTDS or FAM for those who don't have the event weapon? It depends. As a general rule, if your rotation allows for you to give TTDS to your carry, TTDS tends to pretty much always be better. But if it doesn't, it's dog shit. So, depends on the team. On Varesa, I pretty much always use TTDS. On Gaming, I never do. Actually, that's not entirely true. There is one Gumming team where I use TTDS, which is this one, but like, this is a cursed team, okay? This is an insanely cursed team. All right, this team's idea is that it's really difficult to get your Pyro Swirl reliably with Bennett, and VV is really, really good. So between unreliable VV, Song of Days Past with Bennett, versus reliable VV with Chavorz's C6 buff, there's actually not much of a difference. Right? If your VV was reliable with Bennett, Bennett would be a lot better. But if you're not getting your VV, Bennett's worse. And getting your VV with Chavourz is actually pretty easy. Because Chavourz's burst and skill both apply Pyro more than once, which means a lot of front-loaded Pyro application that allows you to get a pretty reliable Pyro Swirl. And a rotation like this allows you to swap from Xianyun to Gaming, so you do get the TTDS. Anyways. It's a little cooked, though. For sure. For sure. For sure a little cooked. Imagine that team with Escovia's signature. Shut the fuck up. Okay? Shut up. Shut your mouth. She also gives 40% attack? No, she doesn't. The 40% attack is predicated on you triggering Overload. You will only get the attack if you're triggering Overload. Technically, in this chamber, you can get it against this guy, but that's it. So you'll have it for the third wave. Because by the time you get to the Electro Shield, you don't need the... or your damage doesn't matter anymore, it's just an application check. But you will have the overcharge bullet for the way up, at least, I guess. I suppose. But, yeah, I mean, yeah. Alright, next question! Is any plunge team with genuine enough movement to use Yansan effectively? Yes. Plunge spam is enough to use Yansan with no problem whatsoever. Even on characters with dog shit plunge animations. Which are generally polearm characters that have the worst ones.
Seize the sky.
We are staying consistently above 42. It's not even going down, basically. The only thing is, obviously, Yansan doesn't give you Pyro Infusion. So on characters like Diluc, for example, Yansan doesn't have a slot in the team. Because you need Bennett, you need Xianyun, and you need a character to enable your reactions like Citlali or Farina. Which means if you're using Yansan, you don't have room for Diluc anymore. Now, is Yansan carry in that team better than Diluc? That's actually a really good question. I'm kind of curious about that. Because Yansan also gets to use Codex. So perhaps she is. Wait, I need to check. Wait, this is important. We need to check this. Oh no. Oh no. Oh fuck. This is cooked. Oh, this is deeply cooked. Oh no. Okay. Oh no. So, base attack 335. Let's put him on Serpent Spine. And then Yansan. I guess you get Fjords? Oh yeah, Yansan's own movement doesn't count. You're right. So you'll get a lot less. Oh. Oh. Oh, that's a good point. Ah. That's tragic. Oh, that's tragic. No! No! Alright, like this won't work.
Make way for the controlled breathing. On my everybody stand. Fulfill our path. Suffer the
Yeah. And her jumps consume Night Soul too. Tragic. How bad is something like this? No, bad order actually. Yeah, I'm kind of curious how what rotations you do with Plunge Bennett. Probably like
bright clouds converge. Quick as a flash. On my get out of here. Show no mercy. You two. I'm going in.
oops.
Let's light it up.
But Bennett is burst reliant, so that's a potential problem. Didn't swirl Pyro? I did swirl Pyro.
Seize the skies. Faster, stronger.
But I held. Did I not hold long enough? Fuck you.
Bright clouds converge. Quick as a flash. Fulfill our path. Lolling, even teamwork is dreamwork.
He's dodging our plunges, man. Like, fuck you. I'll wait a little so I can trigger overload on him.
Make way for the faster, stronger. On. Get to work. Suffer the wrath. Going in. Venture time.
Oh. No crit. Bro, where the fuck are my crits?
Let's light it up. Seize the skies. Control breathing. Let's get out of here. Lolling, eat Papa. Everybody stand back. Off we go.
This is very funny. But yeah, it seems like we're oh yeah, it's cause I'm on Marie Chaussee. Right. This is very funny though. I'll tell you that much. It's very, very funny. Yeah, it seems like buff uptime is a little scuffed. A bit too scuffed, probably. What if you do TTDS Xianyun instead of Citlali? And you do some scuffed rotation that like starts with this.
Suffer the wrath. Quick as a flash. On. Get out of here. Stray clouds converge.
That's okay.
Got her.
We gotta think more.
Lolling, eat Papa. Faster, stronger. Make way for the. Let's light it up. Fulfill our path. I'm going in.
Okay. How did I? Huh. No, this won't work. Yeah, no, you need to use Citlali burst right before Bennett, otherwise shit's cooked. Yeah, okay, this won't work. I give up. This shit is ass. This shit is ass! Okay. Next question! How much of a DPS loss is using Xianyun or Jean instead of Xianyun in a Verisa team? I mean, it's pretty significant. You'd much rather use Xianyun than Jean. But I mean, we can take a look, right? Actually, would you rather use Xianyun than Jean? Maybe you wouldn't. No, you would. The additional buff on Verisa's passive is kind of significant. Where is Yeon-san? You can take a look at just the difference in damage on the plunges first, right? I shouldn't use Widsith because it's kind of a cringe weapon when you want to compare stuff. We're gonna pretend we're not overcapped, okay? We're gonna pretend we're not at 131 crit rate. Alright? I want everyone to pretend we're not at 131 crit rate. It's fine. It doesn't really matter. Alright, so we're hitting for what? 199? 100. Wait. Really? It was 99, not 199? Really? Yeah, 99k-ish. 110. So we got the overlapping stacks there. 119. Oh, it's because I'm not using my fucking Xianyun burst. Orange. Orange. I guess we can check next rotation how it goes. When we actually have HP to heal. Fuck you. Yeah, 110-ish K. Whatever, something around there. On Xianyun. Alright, we're hitting 120k for this one. It gets a little scuffed here, but alright, 122. The shit's scuffed here because of the multi-wave, because we have to fucking swap out and back in at the wrong moment, but the difference is there. Honestly, it's not that big of a deal. There can be some scuff. The fact that Xianyun allows you for a little bit more flexibility in rotations by giving you the option to jump plunge instead of E-charge plunge is, I think, very impactful, because Farina locking your rotations to 20 seconds or longer means that her Veresa's default combos aren't, like, leave you with some wiggle room of time to fill. But yeah. Anyways, next question. Can C6K melt his plunges reliably without the help of another cryo? I mean, yes and no. Like, he probably can't mindlessly spam plunges, but I mean, you also can't do that with Citlali. You gotta slow your plunges down a little. And K can melt his own plunges if you do that. No problem. And I suppose that now with Eonsan's release, there's an actual reason to do that. Previously, I would have said that, like, why would that matter? Like, who cares?
Or not.
But Eonsan can make that matter. I guess you can do that if you want. Alright. I think that's gonna be it, honestly. As like a conclusion to this whole thing, Eonsan is a character who's like, she's there, you know? I think she's the sort of kit design that's healthy, but in an era of power creep, a kit design and a balance that are healthy, well, they don't compare to power creep. So, unfortunately, she's a unit that I don't think is all that worth recommending as a general rule, unless you're specifically playing a carry that's pretty bad and that's enabled in a fucking melt team by her. But it is what it is. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed. I hope you learned a thing or two. And I will see you guys in the next one. Bye, YouTube. Okay. Alright, I want to try Kaya carry now. You've convinced me. Let editors know. Alright. Recorded. Xianyun Ask Zajef. I guess I go Umbrella. And we probably want to go Crimson Witch. I think my fast equip is on Noblesse, right? Yeah. Huge. Yansan should be on the right build. Xianyun is probably not on the right build. He definitely won't have enough ER with this. Maybe we try ER Sands. I don't know if this is enough, though. We might need even more than this. We probably do. Well, you can use Kaya skill off cooldown in this team, so maybe not. Where's the answer?
Free.
Quick as a flash. Let's move. Teamwork is dreamwork.
Yeah. Stray clouds converge. This moment will be frozen in time. What? This.
Kind of get cooked a little, huh? Seems like TDDS ain't it. Unfortunately.
Let's light it up.
Yeah. Seize the skies. Control breathing.
Everybody stand.
I'm an idiot.
Make way for
Quick as a flash. Teamwork is dreamwork.
cool it. Oh, so sorry. Freeze.
I'm doing my plunges a little too early. I'm not getting melt. It's hard because I can't see the aura on the enemy because it just fucking goes way too high up.
Let's light it up.
Yeah. Seize the skies.
Faster, stronger. Everybody stand back.
Dodge this. This moment will be frozen in time.
Fuck you.
Freeze.
Whatever. It'll be fine on the next wave.
Dodge this.
Please die. Please die. Please die. Please die! You have no HP! Whatever.
Make way for the
Quick as a flash. I'm going in. Let's light it up.
dodge this. Don't get frostbite.
Okay. Whatever, man. It's fucking cooked. Why is the first wave an enemy that starts hovering in the air over plunge attacks? Fuck you!
Seize the skies.
He staggered me, which fucking stole my goddamn overload! That's very frustrating, man. I can't test it properly.
Stray clouds converge.
Control breathing. On. Everybody stand back. Let's
Cool it. Oh, so sorry. Free.
What was that crit RNG, by the way?
Cool it.
Do I not have any crewmate or what? Like, what's going on here? Like, fuck, man. What do you mean? expired.
Stray clouds converge.
Quick as a flash. Let's light it up. Everybody stand.
I need to remove the fucking aura. What? It expired already? Okay. It's cooked. It's cooked. It's cooked. It's cooked. It's cooked.
I'm going in.
Seize the skies. Oh, so soft.
Yeah, no. You got too much animation time, unfortunately. Too cooked. Too cooked. Like, unironically, you're probably better off just doing... doing this. And not using Chaos Burst.
Stray clouds converge.
Let's light it up. Teamwork it. Suffer the wrath of
Seize the skies.
stand. Get to work. Eat lolly. Eat papa.
Yeah. You are. Without a doubt. Tragic. And if you're gonna be doing that, then Fermine's better. Oh well. Oh well. What's a rotation with Maoika, Yonsan, Bennett, Citlali? Do not use skill at all in Maoika. You keep stealing Yonsan Electro Aura. That might be a ping issue. Oh, actually, no. It's because you're not doing the charge attack on Yonsan. Most likely. Are you doing it? You're probably not, right? Because if you do this, Bennett gets overload here.
Teamwork is true.
Alright, like, we got the overload, no problem.
Wrath from the sky.
Something's wrong with my artifacts, though. Bro. Her charge attack hit nothing because it didn't target anything. Okay, that's kind of frustrating. But yeah. Like,
Quick as a flash. Start. Let's light it up. Everybody get to work. Eat lolly. Eat papa. Light up the blazing sun. Light it up. Stronger. Teamwork is dreamwork.
stamina left. Tragedy.
Stronger. On my mark.
Please let me do it. Oh my god. Oh, she doesn't regenerate stamina during her Night Soul. I did not know that, I'm gonna be honest.
Suffer the wrath of me. Controlled breathing. Start the clock. Everybody stand. Shout. Wrath from the sky. Incinerate.
Whatever. We don't talk about this. We don't talk. Shut up. Anyways. Anyways. Alright, chat. Is there anything else I want to do today? I don't think I'll do best team for each carry part 2 today. Oh, wait, I know, chat. I have a great idea. Everyone say hi to YouTube.
If you
Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi, to part 2 of the best teams for each carry video, where I go through all of the carries of each element and talk about what their best team is going to be. In the last video, we did pyro characters. In this video, I think we can do the hydro characters. So, let's get right into it. Actually, no. Let's not do Dendro. Sorry. What should we do? Let's do electro characters. Okay. In today's video, we'll talk about the electro characters. So, let's get right into it. First off, I guess we can start with the newest release character. Veresa. Veresa is a plunge-focused character. But more importantly, Veresa is a Natlan character. Now, as a Natlan character, she has the ability to generate Night Soul, and that allows you to build Fighting Spirit for your Maoika's burst. And so, Veresa's best team is going to be Maoika, Bennett, Citlali. Next, Sethos. Sethos has a bit of a problem, which is that he's not that great overall. Now, he has, if you do his combos very well, he's not bad either. He's fairly strong in a bunch of his teams. But more than anything else, the nice thing about Sethos is that he can get an electro application out relatively quickly, which is good to proc Instructor. And because of that, his best team is going to be Maoika, Bennett, Citlali. Now, Maoika's burst can trigger Melt, which means that she benefits a lot from Instructor and the elemental mastery provided by it. You already have Cinder City on Citlali, and you already have Noblesse on Bennett, which somewhat reduces your support artifact options you can use on your carry in this team. But yeah, so Sethos' best team is going to be Maoika, Bennett, Citlali. Alright. Next, we can talk about Cyno. Now, Cyno, unfortunately, has been left a little bit by the wayside. he was never all that great, but especially with recent character releases, he's really falling behind. And because of that, his best team is going to be Maoika, Bennett, and Citlali. Now, just like Zethos, Cyno can get an Electro application out relatively quickly after swapping into him, so he can be used on Instructor, and it'll be pretty good. Next, we can talk about Chlorinde. Now, Chlorinde, unlike Cyno, isn't complete trash. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. But she has a big problem. Chlorine's biggest problem here is that she doesn't have a way to get an Electro application out that quickly after swapping into. Her E animation is a bit annoying at casting E, and her burst animation is relatively long. But despite that, her best team is still going to be Maoika, Bennett, and Citlali. But yeah, next we can talk about Raiden. Now, unfortunately, Raiden's skill applies off-field Electro. That's going to be stealing your melt from Maoika, Bennett, and Citlali. Because of that, you actually don't use her skill. But her best team is still Maoika, Bennett, and Citlali. And you can use her ult to proc Instructor this time. Alright. Next Electro Carry, Kutsing. Now, Kutsing, like Cyno, kind of struggles from being an old character, and with the recent trend of power creep, unfortunately just isn't that great anymore. That being said, she does get an Electro application out relatively quickly after you swap into her, which means that her best team is going to be Maoika, Bennett, and Citlali. Next, I suppose we can talk about Yai. I don't have Yai, so I'll be using Lisa as a placeholder. Yai is actually a pretty good Electro carry. Because, as a Catalyst user, she can apply Electro with no issues whatsoever just from her normal attacks. As such, her best team is going to be Maoika, Bennett, and Citlali. And that pretty much covers the Electro carries. Honestly, Electro carries are very versatile. They have a lot of different teams. As you've seen throughout this amazing and helpful video. Yeah, in case you can tell, in case you're not watching this video on release, this is an April Fool's video. The worst thing is, it's not even really wrong. I think that Klein and Marissa's best teams are probably not Bennett, Maoika, Citlali. A 3-unit team with Bennett, Maoika, Citlali that doesn't have Crowd Resonance, right? Like, a 3-unit team with Bennett, Maoika, Citlali with Crowd Resonance probably is better than Marissa's best team, but without Crowd Resonance, I think it's, like, really close, and it probably isn't. I'll make a proper team on Electro carries later on. Don't you worry about that. I just figured, you know, I want to record the the best teams for each carry video, and I don't have an idea for a great April Fool's video. Oh wait, I could do this. But yeah, I hope you learned nothing from this video. Honestly, if you learned anything, you're what the fuck is? What are you doing? What are you doing with your life? Okay, you better not have learned anything from this video. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye, YouTube. Yeah, also, editors, you can probably put, like, fucking red herring empty time in the video so that people don't get spoiled to the fact that this is an April Fool's video from the video duration. Also recorded April Fool's video. Okay, business. Yeah, I can hold Hakushin. You're so right. I should have mentioned that. You're right. Hakushin does give damage to Maoika. You're right. Okay, I am actually really curious. Alright, if I go and... If I do this, how quickly do I get to shield phase?
Right. I'm going in. Get to work. Keep lolling. It's pop pyroclastic surge.
What? Fuck you. Why didn't... I guess I'm an idiot. I wasn't paying enough attention to the aura, I suppose.
Burn it. Teamwork is strict. Show no mercy. Suffer the
Or did he just dodge my application?
incinerate.
Yeah. Less than 20 seconds? Well, no, I shouldn't use Fischl here. I should use Boris or Yansan.
Light it up. On mark. Hands where I can see 'em. Stop right crash from the sky.
Ready. Time to test the battle.
Drop your weapons. You asked for it. Start the light of the blazing sun. Full throttle.
It's like 10 seconds slower. Oh, I still have the wrong goblet on Varisa because I yoinked it for Clavine.
Justice will prevail. Quick as a flash. Crash from the sky. Time. Yeah. Headbutt. Hero incoming. Yeah. Yeah. Hero incoming.
Yeah. Varisa's about as fast. Actually. It's crazy. Faster? No, it was the same amount of time remaining, and I pretty much intentionally slowed myself down on Maoika because I was trying to group them next to one another. If we try to group them next to one another, it will be significantly slower.
Pyroclastic surge.
Because Veresa struggles to group them next to one another. It wasn't that much slower. But it was slower. Oh well. Ugh. Yeah, we can do the stall. We stare. Huh. We pound. We... What the fuck? What the fuck? Probably like an aw and an o, maybe? Maybe? Or maybe it's an a and an oo. About? No. What the fuck? Quota? Huge. Huge! Huge. Huge. That was pretty good. 4 before E. Is it A, B, C, D? Early word for many babies. Oh. Piece of marble. Oh. 6-pack found in this puzzle's circled letters. Abs. Smiles proudly. Beams, perhaps? I don't know. Shadowy group, Cabal. What messy people love. Snatch. Nab. And this is slab. I think it is beams. Early word for many babies? What the fuck do you mean? Oh! Mama, I understand now. Drama? Okay. Not bad. Not bad. A stock market pessimist is called a bear? The fuck? Bulls and bears. Okay, buddy. I didn't know we were at the zoo. Like, sorry. Sorry. Not a balls day. This is kind of cooked. It's either a sword, no, either a polearm or a bow. Not from Fontaine. Casca? Not from Natlan. Oh, fuck. Polearm released in late Fontaine, but not from Fontaine. Is there one? I can't think of one. What? So, polearm characters. Candace was released before Navia. Chevreuse is from Fontaine. Sino was released before Navia. Emilie is from Fontaine. Even has a French name. Utal was released before Navia. Eonson was released after Chaska. Kachina's Geo. Mika's from Mondstadt. No. 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 Wait, Mika? It could be Mika. We know it's not. We know where it's not from. We don't know where it is from. No, but we also know it's not from Mondstadt. Dude. There's no one! What the fuck? Yao Yao? No, that was in 3.x. What the fuck? Maybe Arlecchino isn't counted as Fontaine. Maybe. That's the only guess I've got. But that would be really stupid. Because we meet her in Fontaine, she lives in Fontaine, and she is from Fontaine. So, like, just because she's affiliated with the Fatui doesn't mean she's not from Fontaine. She... I'm confused. It is her. Okay, She's not from Fontaine, though? Is she not? No, she lied. Oh, I see. Look at the vision, bro? What do you mean, look at the vision? Where even is her vision? Wait, I don't know where the fuck her vision is. Stop fucking glitching out! Where is her vision? Nape? Oh. Am I supposed to know from this visual design that she's not from Fontaine? Like, what do you mean? Left corner of the screen. Like this? Does that tell you the character's region? Yes? I didn't know that. Who the fuck knew that? For what? Everyone but you. Okay, dude. Shut up. Arataki's gang, huh? So he isn't just someone with too much free time on his hands? Yanfei. Goro? Okay. It's Jenny Yoimiya. Okay. This is Kachina. I don't think it's Kachina. I don't know who it is though. Oh, is this not Yelan's E? It's not. I was wrong. Is this Shilonen then? I don't know who this is. Wait. Ancient Rite to the Thundering Sands. That sounds like Sino. Or Sethos. But it doesn't look like an ability for either of them. I guess it looks more Sethos than Sino. Okay, it is Sethos. What ability is that? It's his E? Really? Oh, I guess when it's not upside down, it does look like someone's backing up. Like this, my brain doesn't process it properly, and it looks like it's someone who's dashing forward. But like this, it doesn't. Okay. Never mind. Okay, that makes sense. That's a dress. Water. Church. Bald. It's not bald. Destruction character released not too long after bald. Let's try something. Ill. Let's try Firefly. 2.3? Really? Huh. It was released in like early Penacony. Nisha, perhaps? Yeah. Need a rest? Go! Tell you a secret, though. A champion wins by training hard while others rest. Alright. Lil bro. I've seen this before. I have 100% seen this before, but I'm not sure who it is. It was Serval. Okay. Daily emojis. Oh wait, I'm an idiot. Obviously it's Gwenifin. Okay, I thought of Asta, not because she holds a phone, but because my brain confused the memory of Asta being on the phone of the Minister of Economy of Quebec with a memory of Asta being with a phone. That's on me. That's on me though. Like that one's on me. Anyways, is it a Ben Day? It's not a Ben Day. That's fine. It's not gonna be Ellen's second day in a row. I don't know what Ambi even is, like the new one. So I guess I'll guess her to see what she is. She's an electric attack character. That's good to know, I guess. So it's an electric character that's not attack or defense. Let's try a stun. It's not a stun. Is it a... So what's left? Support and anomaly? I don't remember who's anomaly. So I hope it's support. Let's try Rena. Huge. Huge. All right. Is there anything else I want to do today? I don't know. I don't think so. Tomorrow we'll record actual proper team, or best team for each carry, probably. We'll probably do some exploration as well. I wanted to do exploration today, but I kind of ended up having too many things to do. Oh yeah, there's beta V2. Maybe there's going to be some changes. We'll see. Probably not, though. Hopefully there will be some changes. If not, in V2, in V3. Let's raid Eeks. Looks like he just started stream. Everyone go say hi, smile. And I'll see you guys tomorrow.